institution's standing and its ability to serve its students and the broader community effectively. Now, we would like to commence the proceedings of the session by inviting Ms. Shreya Bharadwaj, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Education, to do the honor of felicitating our moderator and panelists by presenting them the traditional Angavastra and the planters. Ma'am, please. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Thank you, ma'am. Following this, I will kindly request Shreya ma'am to come on stage and to extend welcome note to our guests. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Dipakshi. On behalf of Ministry of Education, I welcome all our esteemed panelists, moderator, keynote speakers, and all our esteemed participants. This is our annual exercise that under the aegis of Ministry of Education is trying to propagate the tenets of NEP. Today's session is about the sustainability and employment in education and industry academia connect. As we know that we are progressing for Amrit Bharat, Amrit Kal, and linkage of education with its employability will go a long way to realize that dream. In that, the connect between the academy and the industry and the education will play a paramount role. With that, I would then request our moderator, sir, to kindly take over the session and start the panel discussion. Thank you. Professor Jagdish, thank you.
Namaskar to all the participants in this morning session. The background to this session has already been given by my colleagues from the Ministry of Education, and the panelists, the keynote speaker, they have also been introduced. I think let us straight get into the activities related to this session. Our objective is very clear. We want to discuss on the importance of sustainability in education, the job opportunities, the industry academia collaboration, and related issues. We all have this big question in front of us. How do we build a future that we all want? And that is the future where everybody is happy, healthy, and contributing to the development of the society. But as the world population grows, every individual on this earth, they would like to have clean and cheap energy available to them. They would like to have food security. They would like to have water security, access to better health systems, access to good education. So the challenge for us is, how do we realize this goal? Obviously, the human activities that we all carry out are constantly exploiting the natural resources that we have. And in the process, to fulfill our economic goals, our societal goals, we are extracting so much from the nature that it is becoming for the nature to replenish what we have been taking away. And that is where building a balance between our desire to economically grow, our desire to socially grow, and at the same time, how do we ensure that we live in harmony with the nature? And because that focus was lost during the Industrial Revolution and later, today we are seeing all the challenges that we experience, such as the environmental degradation, the climate change, the damage to the biodiversity that we are all causing. And that's the reason why we now think about how do we live in harmony with the nature while we would like to provide the things that I mentioned which are required for the human society. And that is where sustainability becomes very, very important. Sustainability in all our activities, sustainability in our living, in our everyday living, these issues become central to our living. And how do we introduce these concepts right from childhood, right from the time when the student is studying in higher educational institutions, so that when they come out of these educational institutions and contribute to the societal growth, these ideas are ingrained in their minds, that constantly look at the sustainability part of all my activities when I am interacting with the external world. To discuss these and various other things that are required to be introduced in our educational curriculum, we have distinguished panelists with us. So in today's program, we will begin with a keynote address by Professor Rangan Banerjee, and then I will request the panelists to briefly put their ideas forward in about 4 minutes. Professor Rangan Banerjee will have 12 minutes and my panelists will have 4 minutes each, and then we would like to have a close interaction with you. The suggestions and the challenges that we will face in bringing changes to our educational curriculum so that our students will keep sustainability as a primary idea in their minds while they are studying in the educational institutions and while they contribute to the society as good citizens. So with those comments, I would like to now invite Professor Rangan Banerjee to make his presentation.
Put it on. Good morning, and I'd like to thank the Ministry and Professor Jagdish Kumar for this opportunity. Professor Jagdish Kumar told me 15 minutes, but I just heard that he's cut down the time to 12 minutes. So we'll start off by, how many of you are from higher educational institutions? Raise your hands. Okay. How many from schools? Okay, great. I'm going to focus mostly on higher educational institutions, but please, many of the things will be relevant to schools also. How many of you have undergraduate programs or postgraduate programs related to sustainability, energy or climate? Please raise your hands. Okay, there are relatively few. Okay, so I've been asked to give a quick overview, and I'm going to do this in the next 12 to 15 minutes, depending on the chair's consent. I'm going to give you many of you already have an idea of what is sustainability, but as a setting the context, it would be good to sort of review that. So we start off with the definition of sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, which means that every individual in the future should enjoy at least the same quality of life that we enjoy. That means we want to have a development without cheating our children and our grandchildren. Okay? So the question is, how many of you believe that today's development trajectory is not sustainable? How many believe it's not sustainable? Most people do believe that. I'll show you. And we have the Sustainable Development Goals of the UNDP, and you have seen this. These are driving our goals till 2030. There are 17 SDGs, and I'm not going to go into details of that. But if you look at the history of human development, you will see that in the past few decades, a whole host of it starts with population growth. And as you know, population growth, dP by dt is proportional to P, so that's exponential. And every individual, we start using resources for our own benefit. So everything else that we see, when you look at water use or everything, it's an exponential growth. When you integrate that, you see that it is unbounded. It means infinite resources. Very clearly, this is not something which is sustainable into the future. So you can look at this paper. It's a little old paper. It's a 2009 paper in Nature, which talks about the planet and how can you make a safe operating space for humanity. So I just focus on, there are the researchers, Rockstrom and his colleagues, identified a whole set of parameters and then narrowed down on 9. And of the 9, said 3 where already we are exceeding the planetary boundaries. And one of them is basically where we look at the climate change and the greenhouse gases. And I'll focus a little bit on that. You can look at the evidence of this. As far as we know, the Earth is the only planet where there is life. And the reason for that is the temperatures that we've had. This axis, this graph shows you from 0 going backwards to 100,000 years. And you will see in the last 3,000 years, we've had relatively stable temperatures. This period is called the Holocene by the geologists. And today, we are seeing a new phenomena called the Anthropocene. Changes caused by human activity. Evidence of that, you can see here, the CO2 in the atmosphere, in the first 700 years, if you see, equilibrium, 200 and, you'll see that it's the 270, 280 parts per million by volume. After that, it is growing exponentially with the use of coal, the Industrial Revolution, coal, oil, natural gas. And this is what is seen in terms of, you can see this is the actual data from the observatory. You can see the CO2 going up, and this is driving the changes in our energy systems today. This is a classic case of the tragedy of the commons, because everyone is using energy, using fossil fuels. The impact is felt on the globe. So you can use, and the commons is basically the atmosphere and the common and the environment. And so we have the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, which is looking at how we can manage these commons. We have a historical, if you look back at the scriptures, you will see that there is clear mention in the scriptures where we are in harmony with nature, with the earth, with water, and this is the basis of our projection in Paris, which we made, and where we said we'll reduce the emission intensity, we'll create 40% non-cumulative fossil power, additional carbon sink, and subsequently our Prime Minister in COP26 had laid even more ambitious targets, and we are on our way to meeting these targets, 500 gigawatt of non-fossil power, and by 2070 we will go to net zero carbon. So what are the elements of the transition? We are moving away from coal, oil, natural gas. We are changing the supply mix. We are focusing on energy efficiency. In the transport sector, we are moving away from oil, looking at electric, looking at hydrogen. Cooking energy, we've moved from traditional fuels to LPG because of health effects. Now the question is, can we move that to electricity, modern biomass? We're looking at buildings, each building becoming net zero or energy plus. We're looking at our industry where we can make products which are efficient, use renewables, carbon capture, storage, and create next generation processes. This is a possible trajectory where we could go to net zero, and I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but multiple ways are there in which we can look at the transitions. If you look at the jobs, and this is part of the World Economic Assessment of the future of jobs, you can see very clearly that sustainability and sustainable jobs, they analyzed all the LinkedIn jobs postings on LinkedIn for 5 years, and the top 5 jobs were related to sustainability in the top 20. And you can see the fastest growing job roles, 2 of these are sustainability analyst and sustainability manager. So whether or not you take a job in this, any job that you do, you need to be aware about sustainability. What are the implications? When we talk about sustainability, it is an economic sustainability, it is in terms of energy, it is in terms of emissions, it is in terms of land, water, materials availability, and then socio-economic impact and equity. And each of these has different dimensions, so it's not just an engineering or a science problem, it affects every subject that we teach. So what does it mean in terms for our higher educational institution? The first is in terms of curriculum. We need to look at giving in the core aspects of sustainability, concepts and analysis to all our students. We also need to assess the curriculum that we have in different fields to see how the courses and the skills have to be changed for the future transition. We need to offer new specialized UG, PG courses. For instance, we have started in our Abu Dhabi campus a MTech in Energy Transitions and Sustainability, and actually it is funded by the oil company of the Abu Dhabi. We could also have minor in energy, climate, water sustainability. All of these are multidisciplinary. We can think in terms of making our campus net zero. We can have many energy technology and system demonstrators. We can have student challenges like the Solar Decathlon, Formula One, Ideas for Life. And then we have to incentivize our students, our faculty and researchers to look at innovation and incubation, to look at sustainable products and systems for the future. We also need to retrain the existing workforce, and that is also something which the academia has to play a role in. I'm going to give you quick glimpses of some research from IIT Delhi. We've developed limestone calcined clay cement, and this has 50% of the CO2 footprint of normal cement. This has been tried in field studies across the world in 25 countries, and we're looking at ways in which most of the cement manufacture can move towards this. Another one where we look at coal to methanol, we combined with Thermax and funded by the DST. It's a pilot plant which goes to coal to methanol, and the idea is to scale this up and also to look at it with CO2 management and then looking at it for hydrogen production. So that's the next stage of the product, and it's a pure chemical process plant. We can also look at various aspects like air quality, air pollution, and the impact on renewables. So there are a whole host of different research topics. I'll give you some examples of things that we could do. We can think in terms of technology, new production processes, looking at intelligence and AI, resilience and redundancy, reliability and robustness. Extreme events are always there. Improved forecasting when we have renewables, demand response, looking at designer materials and eco-design, redesigning our products and systems so that in the life cycle, the impact is less. Climate adaptation, resilience, and also modification of behavior patterns, and on a variety of consumption, overconsumption. COVID forced us to work from home, and based on that, new different modes of working have also come, reduction of travel. So there is a whole world of opportunities and challenges out there, and we in the educational sector need to actually see that the future generations that we train have the skill sets required to ensure that we can build a sustainable future. These are some of the references. Thank you. I hope I'm stuck to time.
Thank you, Professor Rangan Banerjee, for sticking to your time. Next, I would like to invite Professor Nilma Gupta. Ma'am, you have 240 seconds.
A very good morning to all of you. I'll be very brief and talking about sustainability. I think that Dr. Banerjee has stressed a lot about the sustainability of the environment, which I think that it is really very necessary. There are three other things which we are talking about. That is the sustainability of the curriculum. And I think the UGC has played a very important role in devising the curriculum, especially with respect to NEP 2020, and in adopting this curriculum, which I feel that many of the universities have adopted it already or they are in the phase of adoption. I think we can have a sustainable curriculum in the entire country. When we talk about the job prospects, I think that skill education has a very important role to play, because if we have skill-based education in our universities, I am sure that the students or the graduates which we are producing out, they do not have simply a degree in their hand, but also the skill. And finally, if we talk about the academia industry collaboration, then this also is very important, because right now I feel that it is rather a one-way approach, where the universities are trying to approach the industries, but it is not equal the other way itself. So we have to look into this type of partnership, which I feel that it needs the maximum focus, so that the academia, that is the universities, and the industries, they can collaborate together. And I think that if this bond is strong enough, then it is not only that the academia which will become sustainable, but it is also the skill-based education which is going to become sustainable, and also we can incorporate it in our curriculum. Thank you very much. All the best.
Next, we have Shri Vikas Rastogi.
Good morning. It's good to be back here in Akhil Bhartiya Shiksha Samagam and see in last 1 year what all initiatives have been taken. A glimpse was given in the morning, and we'll see probably more of it during the sessions. In Maharashtra, we made a beginning last year by introducing NEP and the curriculum framework in all the autonomous colleges. And this year, we have done it for all the UG and PG program across the state. That also has allowed us to experiment and realize the power of flexibility that the curriculum framework allows. And in that context, I would like to
jointly with NCVET had brought out a capacity building framework in collaboration with the institutions across. This comprehensive framework aims to prepare a skilled workforce proficient in green energy technologies. For example, professionals skilled in green energy engineering such as solar, wind, hydrogen, or sustainable business practices are in high demand as companies seek to align their operations with environmental regulations and consumer expectations. So in the line of effective industry-academia interaction, which is very crucial, all of us agree, for bridging the gap between the theoretical knowledge and the practical applications. So we, as part of the NEP 2020 implementation at AICT, emphasize there is an urgent need for symbiotic relation between the academia and the industry to drive innovation and sustainability. This collaboration can take many forms, such as AICTE internship. All of you know that we have a largest portal beyond the engineering schools and engineering colleges. And then AICTE career portal, which also emphasizes. And then recently we have launched AICTE Proficience, where a new scheme which will talk about skilling using the engineering college infrastructures and teachers. Joint research projects such as inter-institutional biomedical innovations, jointly with CCAMP, and industry-sponsored courses. So by engaging with industry professionals as professors of practice, so what we have done is we have gone little beyond. So we also started talking about assistant professor of practice, associate professor of practice, so that some of these areas are very new, wherein, you know, younger people have to be brought in rather than just waiting for 15 years. So this is a new policy AICTE has brought already, rolled out. And similarly, you know, I would like to talk about, see, I mean, including curriculum. So we have actually little earlier than NEP. So our curriculum actually talks about integration of environmental science, SDG goals in 2018 itself, before even 2020. And then we have also recently launched 75 campuses with net zero campuses practices, which is a fantastic, and many institutions have come forward with the green campuses. At AICTE, we have been actively promoting innovation and sustainable practices. That is through various hackathons and also competitions. So these events provide a fertile ground for young minds to explore the globe, to upcycle non-recyclable waste material into functional and eco-friendly building materials such as bricks and paver blocks using Angirus green waste management technology. See, this actually, these young people are giving a lot of motivation. So another one small example before I conclude, that Electromotion E-Vidyut Vehicle Private Limited, founded by 2018 SIH winner Surya Pratap Singh, focuses on sustainable transportation solutions by designing and manufacturing electrical vehicles that produce zero emissions. The company integrates renewable energy sources like solar power into their charging infrastructure and promoting energy efficiency with advanced battery management systems and emphasizing recycling and reusability of materials. So this is what we actually inculcate through this hackathon among the young people. So these are very, very essential. Innovation and the startups are the key. Through AICTE's efforts, today we have more than 10,000 patents filed by our young people across the institutions. AICTE supports them also. In addition to that, we have 6,600 startups in various, I only gave the 2 examples. So if you look at it, India's historical approach to sustainability is deeply rooted in our ancient wisdom and practices, which emphasize living in harmony with nature. So I think this is not a new topic for many of the Indians, but we need to somehow now bring into our curriculum, and also the prospects of jobs are plenty anyway through this. So we need to look for connecting these people through the sustainable practices. So let us heed the words of environmentalist and educator David R., who said, the most radical thing any of us can do is to stay fully present to what is happening in the world. So we have to be realistic and on ground to see what is happening around us. Then only we can be practicing the sustainable practices. So with the last but not the least, let us embrace the vision of sustainable, inclusive and prosperous India with determination and unity. Thank you. Namaskar.
Shri PM Prasad, CMD Coal India.
Good morning and namaskar to all. Respected dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries respected of the dais. I am the only man from industry here. While we are all talking on energy management, sustainable practices, we are mining coal below the earth, and right now in India we are 54% of this thermal energy, and as the goal set by Honorable PM, by 2070 we have to be net zero. What is seen in COVID times, when the country is stopped, the transportation is stopped, mining is not stopped. You have to see, my request to the respected professors and respected faculties, academicians, when country is stopped, transportation, coal mining is running, power plants are running. Still you can see the better skies. I was at Dhanbad at that time, CMD BCCL. Clear skies were visible for that first period of the lockdown. So it is not that only coal mining, it is a sense of responsibility. Honorable UGC chairman is also there. Sense of responsibility means smaller countries like Thailand, Malaysia are cleaning their rivers. and we are unable to clean our rivers. At least we are trying to clean one river just in conceptual stage, Damodar River, which is from 3 subsidiaries flowing, CCL, BCCL, ECL in 2 states, Jharkhand and West Bengal. We are conceptualizing, we are working with IIT, ISM, from industry to academic institutes like Kharagpur, BHU, from NCL coalfield. And lot of thinking is very much essential, as Director IIT Delhi has told. Not only in higher education, it has to come from primary education. Now this topic, we are already late. In India, if you see, 1980, the Forest Act has come. After 33 years of our independence, 86 Environment Act has come. After the act, in 30 years, you cannot see wonders. It needs some time, people to understand, just like Swachh Bharat, it is a mass awareness has created. Similarly, this water from our mine waste, we are channelizing, and 11 lakh villagers we are feeding. There is still scope. We can bring it to 40, 50 lakhs. So from our side, we are nowadays this business responsibility and sustainable practices. Every board meeting we have to disclosure. Previously it was not there. It's hardly 1 year old. We are working on it. Similarly, we are doing by trucks transport. Now we are converting by conveyors, reducing the carbon emissions. We have taken study by NIRI, Simfer. It is proven. If you reduce the truck loading, wagon loading, and we put the mechanization, so digitalization era with technology in place, if we implement, definitely we can have a responsible mining, and the panelist has given rightly coal to chemical. Coal to gasification, we have already invited tender. We are going with BHEL. The technology in coal, China, it is 200 million ton. They are doing very successfully. So we are having vast reserves of coal. Well, you see, only we are having 0.5 to 0.75% of the reserves of petroleum and natural gases worldwide. So we don't have that much plenty of reserves. If you can make successfully coal to gasification, coal to chemical, though it is a costing to the, we should get subsidies from the government. In the years to come, I am hopeful with responsible mining, we can cut down carbon emissions, we can create carbon sinks. This green credit program, it is just launched in this 100 days back by MOF, where we can take forest for afforestation anywhere, already deforested land, and we can put our plantation along with Forest Research Institute, Dehradun. After 2 years, we can get the green credit points. This is also just started, responsible practice is being started by MOF, and we are practicing, we are taking part actively. We have already taken 2,200 hectares, we have indented for 5,000 hectares. One side, though we are uprooting plants, other side, we want to plant so that the balance remains. So other than this coal mining also, over the years, there is deforestation is there, for maybe for livelihood, for other things. So we have, as a collective, if we work, right from primary education, if this thing implemented, it can be beneficial by creating mass awareness. I have a privilege to see the unveiling of so many things, and sub-junior level, junior level, the models. It should come, the sustainability chapters and all. From industry, we will work, though we are late, but you should appreciate 1774 from Raniganj coalfield, 250 years back coal mining started, but due to this mutiny wars, first 100 years it was not much mining. From 1900s, mining has started, and this railway lines and this carbon emissions. Yes, definitely we are at number 3 after China. Combined Europe, we are more. So there is urgent need to cut down the carbon emissions. We have to be responsible as a miner. So Coal India is also diversifying into solar. Coal India is diversifying into critical. So we also, in these 30 years, we have to see that our business, we have to diversify, and we have to make it a sustainable model. And Coal India will be ready to part with any institute, so that from our side to promote this sustainability, I can assure HRD Ministry, anytime we will be ready, and whatever to be done from us, we will be there. Thank you in giving me an opportunity.
So we have an interesting mix of panelists here from industry, an administrator representing the state, and a state university, and an IIT director, and also a regulator. So let us make use of our rest of the time that we have until 12:30 by having a discussion. I would like to request from the audience, anybody who would like to speak, you may please raise your hand so that the microphone will be passed on to you, and you can put your brief question or suggestion so that our panelists can answer. So, sir, we will start with you. Is there a microphone? Can we pass it on? Yeah.
So thank you very much, sir. My name is H.C. Pokhriyal. I am on the Board of Governors, IIT Roorkee, and worked as a teacher in the University of Delhi also. Simple question in this whole context. I have gone through draft as well as the NEP 20 very carefully, and many times I submitted even before the Honorable Chairperson of the GC. Can we, next time onwards, it's a Yaksha Prashna, can we add, like the title is Industry Academia Collaboration, can we do it industry, academia and community collaboration? Because unless you make explicit, things will not come. This is my suggestion, sir. If we see the policy here, a lot of interesting concepts like seva, like, you know, community-based participatory researches, which are basically talking about the experiential learning initiative. My only request to all the panelists, and there are heads of the institutions which govern the general education as well as technical education. If we add this thing, then it will make a great difference. I understand that in 2009, in the area of community governance, there was a Nobel laureate. She got the Nobel Prize. Her name is Ostrom. So my only point is that we can add this academia and request. UGC has initiated a very important document as per the 19.5 section of the NEP. It is called Institutional Development Plan. So we can request all the heads of the institutions who are working in their areas to add one chapter on this exclusively, which can help in really designing the curriculum, as dear Vikas is saying about all these things that we can add, and we can really institutionalize this synergy. Till date we are talking about industry academia collaboration. Next time we will be talking about industry, academia and community.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Coordination. Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Community engagement also is an important component of our education now. UGC has come up with the guidelines. From that perspective, I would like to request Professor Nilma Gupta to please tell us what she is doing.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Pokhriyal. I think it's a very important aspect as to how the universities can deal with community development. And I also feel that most of the universities, they are looking into this aspect as to how we can involve our students, like we in our university also, Dr. Hari Singh or Sagar Central University, we are also having community programs where what Dr. Pokhriyal says is that together with academia, industry and community, I think it's a very viable type of suggestion which he has given. And the universities, those universities who have not looked into this aspect, especially during the final year and in the convocations also, which I have been stressing, that we start speaking about different types of curricula and study pattern. And at that time, we should also train our students. It should be the responsibility of the universities that how we can train our students to become society-friendly citizens. And this we can do only through our academic programs. I am sure that the universities, they will take this up seriously. I'm thankful to Dr. Pokhriyal. Thank you so much.
Can we also have a microphone here to the panelists so that they don't have to walk all the way here? Sir, please go ahead.
Yeah, I am Professor Prabhat Ranjan, currently Vice Chancellor of D.Y. Patil International University in Pune. I was also Executive Director of TIFAC in Delhi from 2013 to 18, during which Technology Vision 2035 roadmaps were prepared. I have one information and one question actually. One information that as, I was Chairman of Ministry of Coal Committee on Carbon Capture and Utilization. And under that, a plan to connect NTPC catalyst carbon and connecting to ONGC oil, oil wells, so enhanced oil recovery plant. I'm not sure how far it has progressed, but maybe sometime we can take it up. Second is that Dr. Rangan Banerjee is here. He was chairing the Technology Vision 25 energy sector document that IFA is preparing. And if you look at COP28 recently, we have talked about tripling the nuclear energy by 2050. And recently in budget also a small moderator has been talked about. But nuclear fusion, which we had actually put in the original draft, probably has not come into. Nuclear fusion has become very, very important part of climate change activities. And many countries have joined hands, including US, Canada, UK. Everybody separated out nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. The nuclear world has been separated out. India, there is still a lot of confusion. Private industry is thriving in many places. So we need to focus on nuclear fusion. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. This side, yeah, please pause it there. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm Dhananjay Singh. I'm currently the Member Secretary of Indian Council of Social Science Research. At ICSSR, of course, we have started this initiative of involving the non-academic members in research projects, and especially empirical research projects, obviously making them participants, in fact, in this, because since you mentioned research, of course, is crucial to this whole objective of attaining SDGs. My question is different though. My question is this, that in terms of our own traditions, we have not, it's perhaps better to say that we're not integrated with Prakriti, but we are part of Prakriti. And all our philosophical systems, all our oral systems, traditions have an ingrained sense of growing with Prakriti. You had a wonderful quote from the Upanishads, of course. Taittiriya Upanishads say that the self is same in ant and elephant and human. Is it not possible that in our curriculum, through diverse fields of knowledge, I'll not call discipline because we're in different time altogether with NAP, in all diverse fields of knowledge that we seek our students to pursue, there should be an ingrained element made compulsory from the Indian traditions, whether it is the philosophical tradition, and philosophy should be made core of it. Even at UNESCO, they put an emphasis on bringing a philosopher and finding answers to some of the questions that relate to different sectors, obviously. My pinpoint, I'm so sorry for taking more time, my precise point is this, that to make Bharatiya philosophy, Bharatiya darshan, whether in text or in practice, a core part of our curriculum, each unit. And obviously that evolves from the students' living experience as well as the intellectual tradition. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Let us direct this difficult question to Professor Rangan Banerjee.
I think, historically, we have a culture, we have a tradition. Beyond that, there has been a way in which science and technology has evolved. We need to look into the history and integrate it, but this will not happen by mandate alone. This has to happen with each subject when we look at it and then see how, even if you look at buildings, you see buildings initially, there was a passive, we used to use natural light and we used to use the natural elements so that the comfort conditions were met. Subsequently, the whole thing was you close everything out and you have glass and you have air conditioning. Clearly that is now, today we see it is unsustainable. So we have to do this, we have to imbibe it, we have to, there is a philosophical construct in all of this, you are absolutely right. And this has to be done where each of the domain experts needs to look back at history, see what are the things and then integrate. But I think it is not just enough to do this as part of saying that, okay, we will do this and mandate it. It has to be where we have to understand and see those elements and pick up those elements which are consistent with modern understanding and then filter this. I think maybe Mr. Sitaram.
The value of Indian knowledge system we have taken actually, extensively, and we are already trying to put that in the curriculum itself. Each course they should come rather than as a separate item. So there are attempts already which is happening, but all these things we want to take some time, and because it has to be practiced. We have to also develop respective textbooks, so which is also in that process. So I assure you, I think we will be moving in that direction slowly. Just to answer the previous question on community engagement, Unnat Bharat Abhiyan is also being taken to all the institutions today. So every institution has 5 villages adopted. The kids are also going to spend some time in those villages, identify the problems and societal issues, and try to solve or give a solution from their own angle, as part of the reports or the projects. And maybe from there, a lot of innovation, startups are also can come in. Thank you.
Right. Please give the microphone to JSS Academy.
Thank you, sir. I'm Dr. Surinder Singh, the Vice Chancellor of JSS Academy of Education Research, Mysuru. I have got one suggestion and one query. My one suggestion is that, as Mr. Prasad very aptly mentioned, that he is the only person from industry in this forum, whereas overwhelming, I think the emphasis nowadays is on industry academia collaboration, and there is just a huge gap. So when we can expect that industry representatives from ASSOCHAM, FICCI, or this CII, they could also be part of this panel discussion, because we would like to hear more from the industry that why our students are not industry ready, why industry has to retrain our students and they pay them less salary because our students, and this is basically a disadvantage to the students, because they are spending a lot of money for the education, but our system is not getting them and making them industry ready. So that is one suggestion. When we can look forward to more overwhelming presence of industry in these types of panel discussions, so that we can hear from what is the gap and how to address it. This is one. Secondly, also I would like to know how much is industry engagement, embedding of the industry in framing of the policy by the UGC for the higher education. Thank you.
Right. Shri Prasad.
Sir, in case from Coal India, we give 2 to 3 types of trainings. One is vocational training for the undergraduate students, diploma holders. Second is we provide apprenticeship. In FY24, we have given 7,200 apprenticeship training. The problem is, after completion of apprenticeship, so last 5 years, there is an accumulation. 30,000 persons were trained, but they are unable to get jobs. We cannot deploy, but they have to realign. Once we give in fitter and turner, they have to get job on their own. Now, in this year, we have again sanctioned 350 posts for internship of chartered accountancy, CS, ICWA, who have passed inter, CA inter. After inter, they can work with us for 1 year. We will pay 25,000 per month. That we have recently passed through board. So such schemes are there, sir, for
right.
For public.
Yes.
So I think, of course, we could have more industry people on the panel, but there are models where, for instance, Indian Oil Corporation approached us and we co-created a curriculum for their middle level industry to look at energy transition. The idea was we worked and they spent a week at IIT Delhi, then they went back to their industry, and then we had another 1 week. So I think we need to find new ways to work together with industry
to define what is needed for the future. Right. Both had to work hand in hand. After him, Shri Banwal. And then we had to close the session.
Thank you, sir. This is Fund. So far, sustainable education and curriculum is concerned, this is already being done. But one question a series of also conduct in states, and people ask that if we do industry edges or collaboration, what about social sciences and humanities? One is, of course, point was already raised by one of community engagement could be one, which can be one of the possible areas with regard to social sciences and humanities.
Right.
Can there be a possibility of creating a space for, say, social sciences and humanities and linking this to on industry academia collaboration?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your suggestion. Shri Banwal here. Yeah. Please go ahead.
So I think, there is a space. If you look at, for instance, in the energy transitions, and you look at vulnerability, sections are going to be affected. Analyzing what is happening, many of the industry are also spending CSR spend. Understanding what that CSR spend is doing to that sector. So I think when we engage with reality, it is not just the domain of science and engineering. There are many, many domains where social science and humanities actually has a role. And I think we should actually define that, because society is evolving. There is a transition. Some people will lose, some people will gain. What kind of impacts are happening? This is not something which scientists and engineers will be able to give you the answers to.
Right. Shri Banwalji.
Yeah, my question is related to some kind of policy. Actually, I worked as industry secretary and mine secretary in government of Jharkhand. And I have seen in promotion of industry, we have huge emphasis on output, business, etc. And now I see education here. I see a lot of emphasis on education curriculum, sustainability, etc. The one big difference I find is we are giving huge emphasis on sustainability in education curriculum. And most of the time we see, once you get a job, you stop education actually. You just don't study, because whole focus of the industry is on the business output. So here, since we are talking of industry academia collaboration, and industry is also keen on sustainability, can't we think of having a curriculum for industry when our NEP talks about continuous learning, learning throughout the life, re-skilling, up-skilling, etc. So while a person joins the industry, from the first day to next 30 years he is in the industry, how he adjusts to the sustainability requirement, can academia or academic institutions think of sector-specific, business-specific curriculum for those who are in the industry, and industry can also think of at a regular interval training, retraining of their officers, staff on these sustainability. And I think we are talking too much about the job, industry academia collaboration. Can we think of the curriculum collaboration for the industry requirement? And industry, can it think of using the academic institutions to build the sustainability in their training, retraining programs on a continuous basis? Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Shri Banwalji. Let us close our session with that positive note. I would like to thank the panelists and also the keynote speaker and all the dear colleagues who are part of this session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As we have come to the end of this session, I would like to thank our panelists and moderator for their invaluable contribution and active participation. I hope today's discussion have provided you all with deeper insight. Now I would all request you to proceed for lunch in the basement of the Ashoka Hall. Thank you. Have a good day.
केंद्रीय विद्यालय सेक्टर 8 आरके पुरम नई दिल्ली कक्षा 12वीं का छात्र हूं।
A very warm good morning to all of you. My name is Anushka Bhattacharjee and I'm a student of class 12 of PM Shri Kendriya Vidyalay, Andrewsganj, New Delhi. आप सभी का स्नेहपूर्ण सुप्रभात। हम केंद्रीय विद्यालय संगठन के विद्यार्थी आज के समारोह के मंच संचालक के रूप में आपके समक्ष उपस्थित हैं।
आज राष्ट्र
stage and to extend welcome note to our guests. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Dipakshi. On behalf of Ministry of Education, I welcome all our esteemed panelists, moderator, keynote speakers, and all our esteemed participants. This is our annual exercise that under the aegis of Ministry of Education is trying to propagate the tenets of NEP. Today's session is about the sustainability and employment in education and industry academia connect. As we know that we are progressing for Amrit Bharat, Amrit Kal, and linkage of education with its
that it is becoming for the nature to replenish what we have been taking away. And that is where building a balance between our desire to economically grow, our desire to socially grow, and at the same time, how do we ensure that we live in harmony with the nature? And because
ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated for the session to start. Gentlemen, you may please kindly have a seat. Dr. Aruna, can you join the dais, please? Thank you, everyone. And we have the difficult job of conducting the post-lunch session after a very hearty lunch. So thank you all of us for joining. I would request my colleague Dipakshi to take the session forward. And we look forward to a very enthusiastic participation for the session, which keeps us going till late evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar and good morning. Good afternoon, everyone, indeed. I, Dipakshi Saraswat, welcome all the eminent dignitaries on dais, special invitees, senior officials, distinguished delegates, respected members of press and media, ladies and gentlemen, to Akhil Bhartiya Shiksha Samagam 2024, organized by Ministry of Education, Government of India. I am delighted to see so many of you here and look forward to an engaging thematic session on the role of higher education institutes in promoting STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and enhancing GER through Vidyashakti. Before we dive into our exciting lineup of speakers, I would like to introduce the person who will be guiding us through the thematic session, that is our moderator for today, Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras. With a wealth of experience in science and technology, he brings a unique perspective and deep understanding of the topic. Professor Kamakoti led the research team that designed India's first indigenously developed microprocessor Shakti, which can be used in mobile computing devices and networking also. In today's session, Professor Kamakoti will be facilitating the discussion, ensuring that we explore all the critical aspects of the topic and helping us engage with our distinguished speakers. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Kamakoti sir. The panelists of the session include Shri P. Nagarajan, who will also be the keynote speaker for the session. Mr. Nagarajan has 32 years of experience in the software industry. He has spent his entire career in performance engineering, testing, and data analytics. Mr. Nagarajan is the managing trustee of Open Mentor Trust, which envisioned Vidyashakti project along with IIT Madras. Welcome, sir. Now, on the panel, we also have Shri Himanshu Nagpal, sir, CDO Varanasi, presently posted as CDO Varanasi. He's a 2019 batch IS officer. Originally from Hisar, Haryana, Himanshu sir did his graduation from Hansraj College in BCom Honours. Since its very inception and thought of the Vidyashakti, Mr. Himanshu has been connected with the project as the coordinating authority for implementation in the district, and under his leadership, the program has now been expanded to over 350 schools of the district. Welcome, sir. Now, we move on to Mr. Sri Rajendra Ekkaji, who is currently serving as South India Secretary, Ekal Grampton Foundation. Additionally, he serves as a director on the board of the Yashoda Foundation, a CSR wing of the Yashoda Hospital Group. After working as ERP consultant in US for 18 years, he returned to India for rural youth empowerment. Mr. Rajendra is actively associated with the Vidyashakti program and has piloted a manual software testing program for graduate women in remote villages across 5 districts. And now we have Dr. R. Aruna working as lecturer CMT AP Samagra Shiksha, basically a physical science teacher of Andhra Pradesh, working and implementing on various science curiosity methods to bring out innate talent, creativity, artistic and scientific temperament, and problem-solving abilities in students, making science learning more effective and joyful. Now we would like to begin the proceeding by requesting Mr. Gaurav Singh, Director, Ministry of Education, to do the honor of felicitating our guests, starting with our moderator, Kamakoti sir. May I request you to please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir. Sir. Himanshu Nagpal sir, please accept our warmth and hospitality in form of this traditional Angavastra and the planter. Thank you, sir. Now welcoming Shri P. Nagarajan sir with the traditional Angavastra and the planter. Welcome, sir. We are honored to have you here. Dr. R. Aruna ma'am, welcoming you to this session, hoping to get some enlightenment from your words. And now, Shri Rajendra Ekkaji. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Furthermore, now I'll also request Gaurav sir to extend a welcome note to our speakers to start the session. Thank you, sir.
Once again, thank you, Dipakshi, and I also welcome Secretary Higher Education, Shri Sanjay Murthy ji, who is part of the audience in this session, joined with Professor Anil S. Buddhe, Chairman NETF, and Professor Dr. Kalsi, Chairman NCVET, and I welcome all the other guests who are who have joined for this session, and I believe we can get the session rolling, Prof, with you and with the permission of Secretary. Thank you.
So friends, a very good afternoon. I'm given the job of doing ALM, it's after lunch management, so we'll keep it as live and energetic as possible. Friends, let us start with some statistics. We are the youngest population in the world in the age group of 15 to 35. Majority of this population are in rural India. Statistics says around 60 to 75%. And we need to do the education right at this stage. And one of the measures of whether we are doing that properly or not is the gross enrollment ratio. Today we stand at a national average of around 27 to 29%. And NEP has rightly put it that we touch 50% by 2035. That means the number of kids who finishes their +2 school, their movement into higher education must touch 50%. How this is going to be possible? We had been quite working on this for quite some time. And one of the things that we really felt was that we need to touch at the grassroots level. We need to go to the places, we need to actually interact with the parents, mainly because beyond +2, lot of children actually go in for some sort of a casual labor. So the most important aspect was to go and motivate and talk about higher education to the parents and also the children, but on a continual basis. It cannot be once in say a month or once in a fortnight, but must be on a continual basis. When this was happening, COVID actually showed us the way. There were a lot of bad things that happened during COVID. There are some good things also, where many of these schools, even rural schools, had got some sort of a introduction to digital way of education, and we did tap this. So somewhere around October, there will be full statistics which will be presented during the keynote. But I must want to say only one thing. In February 2022, there was a call from a village. There were 3 girls who basically said that they don't have a biology teacher, but they want a career in biology. And so we arranged, but we had this rural interaction center just as a TV, a Zoom, a camera and a Zoom connection, and people can interact. So we arranged a teacher who can teach biology in Tamil, and with just 1.5 months of training, all the 3 girls scored 91 out of 100. And they got into multiple biotech disciplines. So this is something which is phenomenal, where once we decide and when we, with full will, if we are going to democratize opportunity, I am sure that is the way we can look forward to touch this 50% GER. With this in mind, we have started this Vidyashakti project, IIT Madras and Open Mentor and many other organizations today, lot of CSR funding. We are going ahead. So we will now present some of this, and I have a illustrious set of people. What is so unique among them is they have all worked on the field. They have gone to the villages. Himanshu actually spends his, I think we can call him, though he's a CDO, I call him VDO, Vidyashakti Development Officer of Varanasi. So is Madam Aruna and Rajinder. They have all gone to the field and actually seen the problems, and we have started refining those things. So this will be a session. So I request Nagarajan, who has been completely supporting and coordinating this, to have a 12-minute presentation, followed by 5 minutes each for certain remarks from the speakers, but we would like to have more conversation with you, more ideas. At the end, we would like many of you to join this basic effort and let us take it forward as a country's pride program. Thank you very much. With this, I invite Nagarajan to give the keynote address.
Thank you, Professor. My dear gurus on the stage and here, pranams. Swami Vivekananda says, if the poor boy cannot come to education, education must go to him. This is the driving force of Vidyashakti. Why we are here? The unavailability of best teachers, both online and face-to-face. In fact, a lot of places do not have sufficient number of teachers, and weak fundamentals in the school education, coupled with many reasons. And what we have found out is a lot of mass migration of teachers to the nearby towns. Ye my gaon, this is my village, these are my people. That feeling, if that is not there fully, then the dedication goes for a task. Still, we need to achieve that 50% goal, at least by 2030. So only way we can do that is through technology intervention, thanks to NEP for entrusting that. So technology intervention in education, that's our main aim. We started with 5 villages in 2021, October, soon after COVID. Now we are present in 140 villages in Tamil Nadu, 354 in Varanasi, 10 in Arunachal Pradesh, totally 504 in Bharat, and another 16 in Sri Lanka. Thanks to DM sir and Himanshu ji for their relentless effort to get it done. As we speak, with their reference and their lot of surveys, we are now going to start another at least 500 in Mirzapur district, Sonbhadra district, and Badawi districts of Uttar Pradesh. If everything goes well, it will go well. By August 15th, we should be hitting that 1,000 mark in Vidyashakti. A few impacts. This is directly benefiting to 60,000 online students, 504 RACs, and 530 jobs are created. That is more important because it's not only education, we have empowered a lot of rural women, and our digital Didis have been selected, and then they have been working as coordinators. Unemployed but well-educated rural women, they are the very big workforce, and we are able to get them as our coordinators. we use simulation and virtual labs to teach science, STEM, to promote STEM, because teaching is half, inspiring is rest. So we have to inspire the students. The same chalk piece and blackboard and duster may not work well. So we are using simulation and virtual labs. And then we trained 1,800 teachers in Varanasi district and 1,500 teachers in Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh. And we have been continuously measuring because we cannot simply spray and pray. We have to keep on measuring. So we have done our baselining in July 23. Every week there is a micro assessment in math, science, and English also. We have calculated the average marks of about 13,000 students then. Then we measure, every week we conducted by October 23, we measured, we could see 15 to 20% jump. And then we just started tightening the complexity of the questions, whether these people are able to sustain that mark. In February 24, we could see that getting sustained. So that gives a lot more encouragement to us. What we exactly do, there's a centralized learning. The village may not be reached by road in many places, half a kilometer or 1 kilometer you may have to go by cycle or walk, but internet is reaching. So we put online teaching. We are using mother tongue as per NEP, and we are doing 5th grades to 12th grade now. And in fact, Rajendra ji is working with ECHL. They are having 1 lakh villages with their single teacher schools in Bharat. Now, ji, we are going to start primary education also, because that is one of the most important things that has developed. A dedicated place, maybe a school extension or a school or Anganwadi, and a dedicated coordinator, digital Didi we call them, and we make sure we teach in slow pace, no rush to finish the syllabus by December. So the slow pace teaching with simulations, with virtual labs and micro assessment is giving a very good success rate so far. And that is why we are getting repeat from. This is one thing I want to show this video. We have taught a 2nd standard student about electric circuits. The power of virtual labs, what impact it can do. Voice. Voice. Voice नहीं आ रहा. Are you able to play now? Can I play now? No, the voice has to come over from there. Okay. So you can keep a microphone there. Hand mic there. You can keep it there. They can hear from there. So speaker is there. Just keep it next to that speaker. नीचे.
स्टैंडर्ड स्टूडेंट को 7th स्टैंडर्ड सब्जेक्ट को सिखाया, वो भी आंसर भी कर. अभी उसको क्वेश्चंस पूछता हूँ. आपका नाम क्या है? संगीत कुमार सिंह. अंकित कुमार सिंह. ओके, गुड. नाउ इसका नाम क्या है? बैटरी. इसका नाम क्या है? इसका नाम क्या है? चाबी.
Okay. I'll skip this. I'll just tell the story. It's a 2nd standard student. We taught him electric circuits of 7th standard. He was able to pinpointedly answer every single question. That's the power of virtual labs. And thanks to Zoom and other online tools, in every village, in every center, we put a smart TV, connect through internet. Whichever is being used mostly for entertainment, we are diverting that to education. So, and a digital Didi in every village is making it possible. All the sessions are recorded, uploaded into YouTube. And again, in space, Ahmedabad June 2022, Honorable Prime Minister Ji has talked about using TV Madhyam to reach every kid in every village. And with that in mind, we have continued. Previously, we used to put computers and projectors. Then we switched to the smart TVs. It worked much better in terms of logistics. In Kasi Tamil Sangamam 2.0 in December 2023, Prime Minister Ji has endorsed Vidyashakti's program there. Okay. And our digital Didis, they have been recognized because we trained rural women, educated rural women in software testing and data entry through these rural interaction centers, and 5 of them have been selected, honored by Honorable Governor of Uttar Pradesh. And these are all some of the photos. What you see in the bottom is the virtual reality. Experiential lane or Anubhav labs, we call it. We use that to ensure that people get a 360-degree feeling. And these virtual reality lessons are becoming talk of the village on a daily basis. And this is one of the important things that we are using to promote electronic science, because computer science is one part. To inject electronic science, IIT Madras has given 2,500 kids to 250 schools and also trained 250 teachers, direct beneficiaries of 1 lakh students, 9 to 12 grades, because in this one kit, you can do almost 120 experiments, right from LEDs, 7-segment display to diodes to everything. If someone crosses these things, they will definitely be in a position to pursue higher education in electronics, because this one concept, India is already in the 5th place in top economy. The gap between Bharat and other countries is now only 250 billion and 250 billion. This one industry itself can bring $1 trillion. So we have Shaktiman Ji here, the person who created the Shakti processor. So with electronics, science and microprocessors, definitely we see Bharat is getting to 3rd economy very soon. And what we try to do with Vidyashakti is keep inspiring the rural students and reach every single kid in every village. So this is our primary aim, both in computer science and electronics. And one more thing, in every one of our class, we talk about the Mahatva of Bharat, because science is fine, everything is fine, but character building is the ultimate key. So right from childhood, we teach about the Mahatva of Bharat in every class. That's Vidyashakti. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
So now I invite Himanshu to give his remarks, especially what happened in Varanasi and what he's seeing as a positive change and what he would like to take forward. One very important question, why should higher education really bother about schools? This is one very, but please understand that the inputs to higher education actually comes from schools. There is no doubt about it. And today, to reach this SDG 4, equitable, quality, affordable, accessible education for all, I think technology will play a role, and this technology has to be developed and also experimented. For that, the role of higher education is also very, very important. And keeping all these things in mind, now this is a very, very nice interface between academia and government, and I request Himanshu to give his impression about Vidyashakti.
Thank you so much, sir. First of all, good afternoon to all the esteemed dignitaries present here. It's an honor to be here amongst you all and share our experiences. First of all, as if Nagarajan ji had shared how this project had come up and how its different facets and different implementation paths have been planned. I'll be sharing my experiences in how, because we have 354 schools where we have implemented this project in Varanasi. This program started with Kashi Tamil Sangamam. And since then, with Professor Kamakoti's intervention and his guidance, we have done multiple projects with IIT Madras's intervention in Varanasi, be it upskill program in higher education, digital Didi program, or Project Vidyashakti as well. So in the 354 schools, the experience that we have had, many of these schools do not have a dedicated science, maths or English teacher. First of all, it fills up that gap. It's a huge problem, especially in whole of Uttar Pradesh, as Nagarajan ji was mentioning, how this project will be scaled up to other neighboring districts of Varanasi also, be it Sonbhadra or Mirzapur. These, Sonbhadra itself has 500 schools where there's just one teacher teaching the whole school. So we can assess how much we have to first recognize that this is a problem. And how Vidyashakti resolves that problem, then I'll be talking about it. The best, we have earlier attempted teaching through smart classrooms, teaching through VSAT technologies, but the unique thing about Vidyashakti is how an IIT, an institution of eminence, has associated itself to it, and the perception that has created in the minds of parents and minds of community around. So recently I had this experience where I went to a school in Mirza Murad, it's a Gram Panchayat in Varanasi, and there was this girl, Aarti. She had come with her mother and to that class, one of the Vidyashakti's class, and I asked her, what do you want to become? Like she said, I want to become an engineer and I want to go to one of the IITs. So she was just a class 6 student. She knew about JEE, she knew about IIT, she knew about she knew about her ambitions that she wants to go there. And I asked her, like, आपको कैसे पता चला कि IIT में जाना है आपको? And then she said, like, जब IIT के teachers हमको पढ़ाते हैं, IIT के लोग हमको पढ़ाते हैं, तो क्यों हम IIT नहीं जा सकते? So that's the, and also in the mind of that mother. So that's the perception, that's the barrier that this, that used to exist, that this program has been able to break. That the divide amongst classes, that only students students from good private schools can reach to institutes of eminence as in IITs, NITs and other institutes. Now these students have that confidence, their parents have that confidence, yes, our kids can also learn, they can grow, they can be qualified to reach, to give these examinations and reach institutes of eminence. That's the barrier this program has been able to break. That's the best thing any program could have done. And also, a lot of confidence you could see, you could go to the students and talk to them, the confidence that they emit, it's huge. You could not see earlier a student talking so fluently, talking about resolving maths and science questions so in such a better way. Last year itself we had NAT assessment in our district. It's basically a Nipun assessment test that the government conducts throughout the state. Varanasi was placed at #1 position in whole of the state in class 6, 7, 8. I believe Vidyashakti is the intervention that was unique amongst all other districts that Varanasi especially had. And a lot of the share that this result had comes from the project Vidyashakti. And also different sort of assessments that we keep on doing. As Nagarajan ji had shared the presentation, how much improvement in terms of the assessment results has come up, you all have seen, and it's not just the numbers, it's also, I'm sharing my own personal experience, first-hand feedback that I have had while interacting with the students in the classes. Also, when any institute of eminence, I personally believe when any institute of eminence, they do not just have a responsibility in the boundaries of their institute. They also have a social responsibility which Professor Kamakoti has been doing, which has been contributing towards, even in an institute based out in Madras is working out in Varanasi, is working out in Sri Lanka. Then why can we not work out in other places? And why can not other institutes do the same and create the same impact? That's the question I think we all should ask ourselves, and we should work on it. And this would not just work for the betterment of the students based out in primary schools, based out in government schools. This would also, I believe, as I have recently come up to this service, just 8-9 years back, I was in my college. I believe we also used to look forward to opportunities where we could contribute to society, we could reach out to society. It also would help in terms of our future opportunities, which we will, when we will go for our placements, when we will go for our further education. I believe when all these institutes would come forward to it, and these students, the students based out in these institutes would be contributing to it, they would also have a better sense, better practical idea about how this problem, how poverty works, how they can reach out to the community, they can help eliminate these problems. This would this would help a lot also in their personal career advancement opportunities, and also in breaking the vicious cycle of poverty, that only students of a certain community, certain class, certain schools can reach out, can achieve those levels of grades that they can go to institutes of eminence. I believe such programs will work a lot in making sure that we are able to achieve the desired results of gross enrollment ratio, as Professor Kamakoti had rightly mentioned, which we have planned in our national education policy. Also, it will break those vicious cycles of poverty that UP government has another program, such programs. If I am not certain how many of you eminent guests would know that there are Atal Awas Vidyalayas that recently have come up in whole of Uttar Pradesh, where children of only labor class are enrolled in. Every year around 100 students of 6th to 8th get enrolled, and these are, every such school has been built at a cost of 800 crores. So it's a huge transformation that these schools are doing, and these schools are much better in place than many other private schools. And this is a similar impact that Project Vidyashakti has been able to make, and I believe in future other institutes would also come up with such their own unique programs, and we would be expanding this program in other schools of Varanasi also. I was just having this discussion, how can we collaborate with private schools also, how can we collaborate with tuition centers also, where other students of slum areas, of not so good private schools can also have leverage these opportunities, and we can work towards bridging this divide and expanding it to further in other places also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Himanshu. ACAL has been a very important partner. One very interesting thing that ACAL did was that we went and trained some of the rural women on software testing, and that had become a very big hit. So as we now try to impart education for the children, it's also extremely important that we empower rural women. They must understand the importance of education and some livelihood that will essentially ensure that the family will run without sending the kid for a job at the end of 10th standard or 12th standard. That's extremely important. So rural women empowerment, we thought, is fundamental for us to get a good success on the Vidyashakti. So I just request Rajendra ji to cover that aspect and a little bit on your impression about Vidyashakti. Thank you. And also please introduce ACAL to the audience.
Namaste to all here. I represent ACAL Grahamothan Foundation as a South India Secretary here. ACAL Grahamothan Foundation is a part of ACAL Vidyalaya. And ACAL Grahamothan mission is to empower rural and tribal youth with some basic skills and all, in computers and all. So we have two concepts like IVD, Integrated Village Development. We have a cluster of 30 villages, we take it and then try to integrate and focus on the giving educational, basic computer skills and all those things. Apart from this, we also have ACAL on wheels. We have converted a bus into a computer lab with 18-seater, full-fledged, and totally solar panel and battery operated, everything is there. It will go to the villages which are inaccessible, actually, which no one goes there. We take the bus to that places and then make sure those kids or those students are educated in computer basics over there. So through our IVD and EOW program, we have a reach to more than 250 villages. When I say villages, very rural villages, tribal areas, I'm talking about it. So through this, we have already trained about 5,000 students. And one interesting fact is, out of 5,000 students, 30% of them are 10th class students. Most of them were dropouts in the 9th and 10th class. But when our bus goes to the village, they are very eager to come in and sit on the computers, have a hands-on, trying to learn the typing, and also learn the paint shop. And we'll try to give them a funny thing first in the first 1 month, and then we'll slowly teach them the MS Word, Excel, and all those things. So they have shown a lot of interest. Though they were not going to schools, they were coming to the bus. They wanted to have further education in that way. So we have a good access to the schools in the areas, in deep villages. I request, sir, you can consider our IVD as one of the hub in the remote areas, because we have access to many schools over there in that way. So by doing this small activity from our side, we could arrest it. From Vidyashakti, by introducing a simulation software, training the teachers, giving them generic science and generic mathematics tuitions will definitely help people to encourage to go to the next level of schools, so we can arrest the dropouts in the colleges. The other aspect of it, as Sir said, the employability. When it comes to work from home, which is a very famous now, we only see the urban women or urban men will work from home for US and NCs. But there are so many graduates, women, educated, BCom, like a degree and postgraduate, by virtue of their marriage situations or the family way, they are a home, and they lost in touch with the IT skills and all those things for 4-5 years. It is this area where we wanted to encourage them to come back to the working field. So we piloted with Vidyashakti, myself and Narajan, we piloted a batch to teach manual software testing training program to these women graduates. For the first, it was a 3-month program. The first month was very discouraging. They were not happy. They would say, I don't know English and all those things. But we have seen that second and third month, they are able to do the processes, they are able to test things, they are able to produce reports, they were talking about the testing process and all. So we have to continue with this. This is going to create the employability skills in that. We have to continue with software testing, as usually second batch or so, and then also data entry in different domains and data analysis basics. These kind of skills, and for who are a BCom, we can give a tally tool education. These kind of employability skills in the remote areas where generally other people will not reach. So that will help the graduates and young people from their areas to get encouraged to come for the next level of knowledge with that. And I think most of the points are covered by Himanshuji and Narajan in the Vidyashakti. We will definitely work with them. Ekal will work deeply into the villages with all the Vidyashakti programs and try to make it more successful. Thank you so much.
So at that point of time when this training was going on, IIT Madras was given the responsibility of developing the site for Prime Minister Research Fellow. And that site actually was tested by these digital DDs. And I must tell you, very intricate bugs were found, which we settled. So that's the most important thing with just 1.5 months of training. So congratulations, and I think we should carry on it in a much more larger scale level. Now I have from Andhra Pradesh Samagraha Shiksha, I have Dr. Aruna. So most important about, of course, introduction was given about Dr. Aruna, but she has actually spent quite a bit of time in trying to build in curiosity in science through different models, different project models. And I think that will be very, very important as we scale up Vidyashakti, as we try to introduce more concepts, something at a JEE advanced level where we want to introduce chemistry, physics at that level and pitch it. in a virtual mode. I think these models are going to play a very important role. Madam Aruna, please share your views on this.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Professor, Sir Kamakoti, sir, and Nagarajan, sir, and also Himanshu, sir, and that Ekalavya, yeah, that's what. So many NGOs and Kamakoti ji observed what he told, and also there are so many academicians and professor, eminent persons, and who are having so much of passion for the enrichment of education, and also the passion towards the rural youth and rural women, and also I observed so much of passion in you and on the stage also. Before going to, actually in this presentation I am going to focus 3 more things. One is the STEM education and the GER. How to increase the sustainability of increment of GER through STEM education. And the second one, how to grab the resources from the higher education institutions or higher education students. These 2 points. And the third point, the foremost point, what I want to present you, what is the action plan, what are the strategies, simple strategies, without many economical burden. Just I want to present the third item. Okay, I came from Andhra Pradesh, from Samagra Shiksha. No? Just I want to introduce my organization, what we are doing in 1 minute. After that, I will come to our point. Just actually, what is STEM? Science and maths, and integrating science and maths with the technology and engineering, making children as a scientist or an entrepreneur. As a scientist also, he will prepare some sort of products which are useful for the society. Ultimately, he is also an entrepreneur, an indirect entrepreneur. That's the thing what we are observing. That means we have to take the consideration, access, equity, and the passion learning, passion towards the science learning, and also the project-based learning to get the useful products to meet the 21st century demands of the 21st century society. Okay, now I want to give a brief introduction of Samagra Shiksha of Andhra Pradesh. Actually, we are doing so many things. What in the morning session, our eminent guests, they already they had given so many, inaugurated so many things like that, blue book, something like that. Now already we are implementing 10 bagless days and career course and the CWSN special needs children with the Chakshushmati Foundation and the career course of UNICEF also. And also the Rural Development Trust Anantapur, with the help of, we are doing so many apps for the special needs children and the bilingual textbooks and the Fruits magazine, exclusively the writings of the young children, and also the foundation literacy. In this we had established 31 model foundation schools, and as a hub and spoke model we connected some other foundation schools also. And also in this we actually get Gnana Prakash and Gnana Jyoti, a 60-day training certification program and 120 days certification program for the Anganwadis and class 1 and class 2. In this we had trained 50,067 teachers for the Gnana Jyoti, and also 3,400 teachers in Gnana Prakash, and also the CBA test also we are going to introduce. Already we implemented as a pilot basis also. And also in this CBA we had taken what are the misconceptions that students are doing. Based on the misconceptions, what are the teaching strategies we have to follow. And also regarding the CPD, continuous professional development. Actually, we had taken the teacher identification needs. Based on needs, we had provided some need-based material, and we are implementing the teach tool. In the teach tool, we are assessing what are the caliber of what are the attitude of the teacher towards the teaching and everything. And based on that, we are giving some sort of guidebooks and lesson plan structure, lesson plans and everything. And likewise, we are doing so many, also in the ATL also we are doing so many things. This is actually only 10 minutes time was allocated. No, that's what I'm restricting that. Now I am coming to the point what I'm going to give today. Just first of all, thank you for all of you. This is the aspects why I had given the statistics like this. Here you can see the fluctuations in the GRE. Why we are seeing the fluctuations in GER? Why we are seeing the GER fluctuations? Because of, sir, already Kamakoti sir told about some teachers are not paying interest towards the teaching, enriched teaching learning transaction, and also some rural children, they are not having access, and some students, some teachers or students, lack of interest. Likewise, so many factors are there. Even though we are giving so much of infrastructure, everything, and teachers, everything, we are getting these type of fluctuations. And also the NEP, already we know what are the recommendations of NEP regarding our STEM education, already flexibility in curriculum, everything, integration of technology, experiential learning and critical thinking, everybody, we are all well known about these factors. Now, I am focusing, strictly focusing. Why I kept the honeybees? To grab the attention, your attention, I want to grab your attention. Here you can see there are 4 flowers are there, different types of flowers. In one, all I am telling, giving the science magic activities, student science kit and preparation of simple equipment, alternate experiments, equipment, something like that, and with the co-curricular and also the ICT. Actually, I want to say something. Actually, we interacted with the Vidyashakti team in the ICT training only. They had given for the at about 1800 teachers as for the state resource persons regarding the O labs and virtual labs. They had given the training in AP. So much of really we got a nice impact. Already we made the impact analysis report also. And afterwards, with the help of Vidyashakti team, we had given the training for 30,000 teachers of Andhra Pradesh in the district levels also. And we had given, already I will give in this PowerPoint only about the details also. After the 4th level, that is a research project, survey projects, giving solutions, experimentation. You can see here, all these are covered in that particular NAP 2020. That is objectives, and this is the key activities we have to conduct. Yes, we know. We know how to, yes, we know we have to implement science magics, we have to implement experiments, experiential learning, so many big words we can use, but how to use? In the practical scenario, in the ground level, how to use? What is the action plan? What is the timeline? What will be the impact? We now in the situation of, first of all, we have to assess that one. First, for that, I am giving this one. Just I kept in a single slide the total action plan and everything. Attracting students towards the joyful learning. Okay, I will give you one example. If I came to that particular lunch, I don't want to take the lunch. If the lunch is very colorful, very attractive, immediately we shall go and eat. If that lunch is very tasty, definitely we shall eat. Afterwards, then whenever I used to come here, definitely I will go to the lunch, I will eat. After that, what are the dishes I tasted? I want to, actually I will go a restaurant and I will order the same dishes. Am I right? After that, after eating, I want to prepare myself in my home the same dishes. Then I will search the ingredients, what are the required for that particular dishes in my home. Okay, next step, I will purchase the ingredients from the shop and then I will prepare the dish. See, what are the steps it is going on. The same thing we are going to implement in STEM education for the sustainability of...
In that direction, G. So that will be probably, stay tuned, in another 3 to 4 months we'll be rolling out that project.
Himanshu. Thank you. Thank you, sir. As regarding the program and how come it's using the artificial intelligence platforms to further leverage on its success, I'd like to comment on how at the district level we are using that data to monitor better the school's performance. For example, imagine like these classes take place after the school hours. So if, for example, there are 60 students in a class and of them just the 20 attend after the school hours these classes. So this is inherent belief that we have that those 20 students are more serious about their education and their studies than those rest of the 40 students. So now we have the data of the 40 students where we have to intervene more and we have to reach out to their parents, we have to reach out to their families, which in general also helps with their school education beyond just the Vidyashakti program. So that's how we are using the school the data of that we get out of this program regarding this regular attendance, as well as we also compare it, the attendance that we get from the coordinators of this program with the data that is fed by the school regarding their attendance. We just compare it. Are there any anomalies that they have? Maybe some or the other data is fraudulent. Like, so we can just check out whether there are certain anomalies and work on it. And I think commenting on language barriers, I think Nagarajanji would be the better person.
See, since we are teaching in mother tongue, we are able to see more students participating. In fact, what we are hearing from the parents as a feedback is now kids are talking to us. So that is the biggest thing that has an encouragement, because kids talking to the parents, what is happening in the class, what they saw, and then they are trying to do something like Dr. Aruna mentioned low cost, which matchsticks, which other things, toys, what they can do in the home as a simple science experiment. That itself is is a long way. But since we are going through the mother tongue route and then giving local examples, because books may be talking about English examples, we have to give Indic examples. When we are talking about Tamil Nadu, we have to talk about the native trees in Tamil Nadu as example. We have to talk about the native trees and fruits of Uttar Pradesh as an example. So that is again giving a lot more inroads and confidence to the students.
Yes, madam.
Namaskar, I am Professor Geeta Bhatt from University of Delhi, and I must say that a very wonderful initiative, Vidyashakti. My question was related to the GER with the gender aspect, because a large number of reports which have, whether it is the Acer report or other reports, they reflect upon this, that the girl students in primary and in higher education, a large number of them, because of social economic reasons, are not able to take up the STEM programs or courses. So with the initiative which Vidyashakti has taken, what has been your response and your experience in terms of overcoming the gender aspect in STEM at school level?
So, yeah, just before Nagarajan actually starts, Himanshu is a best person. I think we see lot more girls actually started coming to school, but he will validate it. He's on the field. But today, madam, we believe that that's why we very carefully said digital Didi, not digital Dada. Okay, so that's very, very important. We want a lady to basically be hand-holding and coordinating this. Number one. Number two is what Rajendra can basically address. The moment the woman actually gets empowered, she gets the confidence, the child sees the woman, the girl child sees the woman, her mother, or her aunt getting employment there, and say something like 5,000 rupees a month in a village, we can live a very peaceful life. That's a very big empowerment. And that is something which is also encouraging more girls to come. But of course, everything is in the detail. Devil is in the detail, and I request Himanshu to give an impression about gender there. It's a very important point. Thank you for bringing it up. Yeah.
I also had the same question, and which I wanted to figure out of my own thoughts, and I just went to the data, and what we figured out that first this Digital Didi program, that the coordinators that we have hired for this program are based out of the women in the self-help groups of the village itself. And when a girl looks at her own mother or her aunt or her neighboring auntie learning through digital platforms and through in that process getting a job as well, she gets motivated. And the data which we have in our composite schools are in Uttar Pradesh we call class 6 to 8 schools. So in those composite schools, 354 composite schools that we have in Varanasi, 48% are girls, 52% are boys. But in these classes, over 60% there's girls attendance. So I believe the long-term impact that this will have in the gross GAR, especially of girls, will be seen in future. We cannot comment on it now, but just the fact that how that girls are attending these classes more often.
Deeper areas of Bharat, and then try to reach as many women as possible. I find this is something which we can collaborate with you and try to understand what exactly you are doing, because we have got our plans for higher education, of course, and that too through distance education center of ours. Then how can we do it with you so that we accelerate it and make it possible to reach as many women as possible in rural areas? That's what I stood here to make my point very clear, so that we can, after the session sometimes today, we would be able to meet and have a detailed session later on sometimes to understand what exactly, how can we take it to further.
Thank you, madam. We are very, very strong on closure, so that you have offered, we'll never leave you. Sunilji?
Institution. So these two has made our life completely different from our peers who could not reach to these positions or these, capacities. So what I see, Vidyashakti addresses both. It has the institution behind like IIT Madras, and it provides a digital Didi or a teacher which knows more than and at least motivated enough to guide the student to get interested in STEM education. Now I see there is a huge problem in scalability, because we think IIT Madras has started and therefore it becomes only IIT Madras baby. Other institutions may not or need not replicate it, and therefore they try to rediscover something new. I urge all the institutions at least to use this framework and take it to whole of the country wherever they are located in. Second point I see, we all are dealing with the higher education institutions which are actually island of excellence. Surrounding the institutions we see very poor school education. Children with hardly any education, and many of them may not have any STEM education. So what I see, you are looking for resource person. Actually the whole cost of Vidyashakti comes on that only, because the whole technology now, since it has been done, it hardly has a cost. But the cost comes actually when you engage a Didi on which you spend per month certain cost. I see every higher education institution, whoever has a science or engineering faculty, their students and their faculty, can't they be the resource person in the schools or the common service center, wherever you are running this Vidyashakti Kendra, as a resource person and give time for these school students to learn STEM. I see we have actually experienced this in our institution where I did my graduation. And a student used to volunteer actually. There was lot more interest right from the first year in which they enter the higher education institutions. And I think Himanshu mentioned that we all look forward to do something for the society. So can't we do these higher education institutions as students to get involved in it? And as you have rightly said, if we could build the capacity of teachers, there will be huge benefit, and this Vidyashakti centers can be increased in numbers, and every higher education institutions can do that. I think IIT Madras should make this template for all other institutions to accept, those who are willing to do that, and I think the ministry will certainly make it as one of the initiative to replicate it for whole of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we will certainly, we are very open, and this is the objective of,
Sir,
this is the objective of this particular session itself. At the outset, I have to thank institutions participating, and this framework is always open, and it will become more open. Right?
Your point, sir. Thanks for for giving the jnana to us in terms of not to think small numbers, because whatever Vidyashakti has done now is only 500 villages. In another 15 days, another 500 villages, 1,000. This is minuscule compared to 7 lakh villages we have. So we cannot just be proud of what we have done now. So we are very humble now. Now, the way we have been currently working is also through so many NGOs like ECAL, Sevalaya. Already we are working with different NGOs. Now we will formalize with most of the typical hub and spoke model to have nodal areas, so that I always feel if NIT Warangal is there, they will feel it is my place. NIT Trichy is there, it is my place. That feel gives more trust than anything else, more than money. So thanks for suggesting, sir. We look forward to work on that.
Sir?
Professor Kamkote, your session inspired me to talk. You know, Vidyashakti, wonderful initiation. Since I am Kattiveni Vice Chancellor, Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh.
Okay.
Earlier, I was in Amarkantak, where girl students from tribal area tried to enter into STEM education. It was a very hard task. Here also, our university is a science-focused university, chemistry, botany, such departments. So students from tribal communities, special students, first generation learners of all castes and religion, they are, working hard, but they are unable to cope up with English or other subjects too. So I love to be part of this Vidyashakti. Anyhow, I will talk to you. Thank you very much. I congratulate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll certainly be in touch with you. Yes, madam.
On hearing all this, just I want to add one more point. Just as sir told, asked to give a big number to make a big number, and sir also told regarding the tribal community and everything. Just I am also asking two more points regarding Vidyashakti, just two submissions before you, sir. The twinning of higher education institutions from remote area and the urban area institutions, the twinning of institutions may be done as a moderator, as a Vidyashakti, as a moderator. The first submission. It may be some submissions, sir. Whether it is possible or not in the ground level reality, you may take the decision. And the second one, in the twinning of schools and the higher education institutions in the same remote area. This is the second more point. And the third one, the students has to take the problems which are in their surroundings, and they have to tinker the solutions to the problems, and they have to themselves, they have to go to the society and they have to give the solutions. Definitely like that, that sanitary napkins, One girl, she won in the National Inspire exhibition regarding the safe and no-cost sanitary napkins. All the villages, in the same village, they adopted the same sanitary napkins. They prepared something like that. That's what the students will give the solutions to the problems to their local environment. Definitely the community will attach it to that school. These 3 points I want to put before you, sir. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think adopting a village, actually adopting multiple villages by educational institution, which we call as twinning, is actually happening in some sense. I could give an example of IIT Madras, where we have now at least 20-30 villages, and we are already seeing people joining our BS Data Science program, right from there. So, and I'm very proud to tell you, out of 30,000 students who are on our online program, we have 5,000 who are below poverty line and from villages, and many of them from government schools. So this is one sort of adoption which every IIT can do. The second thing is, we now, in addition to RIC, we have started something called Rural Technology Centers, where we look at this local problem and local solutions. The government also has something called the RTBA, Rural Technology Based Business Incubators, is under the PSA's office. Many IITs actually hold this. So rural technology centers, we have just started 5 of them from IIT Madras. It's topic for ABSS 2025. Okay, thank you very much. Anything?
Submission, sir. That
one minute. Yeah. Sorry?
You could just clarify how you're giving credits to the volunteerism that students do for such type of activity.
Yeah.
In the terms of how you've done it for PMRF.
Yes.
How can institutions innovate on that, encourage students to do something on this? Would be good.
So one of the there is a Prime Minister Research Fellow which is offered across now 50 plus institutions. One of the conditions for being a PMRF is that the student who is a Prime Minister Research Fellow must do something for the society, not their institution but outside institution. They'll go and teach, they can go and do some tutorials. It can be schools, it can be colleges. So 2 things that we have enabled nationwide. These students can be part of our Swayam portal, where they can conduct tutorials on the Swayam. There are a lot of live tutorials that are happening. We offer close to more than 3,000 courses every semester. So these people actually teach tutorials there. The second thing is, they are also part of Vidyashakti, where if they are interested in school education, of course we do a very careful selection. They can go and teach in their mother tongue, and they need to do something like 8 hours a semester, and that into some 3,000 PMRF is something like 24,000 solid PhD hours that we have. And that is something which many institutions can capitalize on. And in addition, this also gives a touch to the ground reality for the students, right? So they all come to a good institution, they see an institution, but what is ground reality? Many students actually realize that. And so their social inclination, as Nagarajan pointed out, one part is education, but another part is character building. I think this plays a very important role in their character building. By them actually getting and touching the ground reality, they are very thankful to God that they are seeing a bigger institution, and that brings in a lot of humility to these students. I think it's a very well thought out program. So all institutions here, ISER, who are all doing this, having good numbers of PMRF, can use this and assign the credits back to the volunteers. Thank you. I think with this, we'll wind up. I think we are on time, 2 minutes behind schedule.
Thank you, Professor Kamakoti and all the fellow panelists, and thank you, Secretary Higher Education, Additional Secretary. And we have heard about a very innovative and you can say genuinely moving the needle kind of an initiative, and as Secretary Higher Education highlighted, this is also a call to join So I would request that each one of you do find time with any of the panelists, Professor Nagarajan, Professor Kamakoti, and visit IIT Delhi and few of these centers in Varanasi. And we are all trying to see how these kind of, as Secretary Sir said, we cannot wait for things to change. We have to make it happen at our own level, at our own capacities. And I really look forward to any support or any kind of linkage or collaboration that can happen through this network. With this, I would like to thank you, and thank you, Professor Kamakoti, for always holding the time on this. Like a movie said that 2 rupees ka 2 minute ka profit karke diya. So you have given that 2 minutes of profit also. Thank you.
High tea. Please proceed to foyer area for high tea. Thank you. I'll request the speakers to take their seats, please. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope your tea was refreshing. Welcome once again, and thank you for joining in the last leg of the today's event. My name is Dipakshi, and I'm excited to be your host for this thematic session on role of ranking and accreditation in enhancing quality. We have an exciting lineup of speakers who will share their insight and expertise in educational fields, and I will keep the intro short as directed by Anil sir. So to guide us through today's discussion, we have an exceptional moderator, Professor Anil Sahasrabuddhe, who does not need any introduction. Sir is present chairman of National Educational Technology Forum, NETF, and also the chairman of EC National Assessment and Accreditation Council and chairman NBA. Next, our panelists include Dr. S. Vidyashakti ji. He is presently a Vice Chancellor and Tata Sons Chair Professor of Management at Shastra Deemed University, Thanjavur. Welcome, sir. Next, we have Professor Ujjwala Chakradev ji. She is serving as Vice Chancellor of SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. And we also have Professor Manoj Kumari Tiwari Sarji, who has been founding director of IIM Mumbai since August 2023. So, now taking forward the session. Sorry. Rajneesh ji, thank you so much. I apologize, but thank you so much, sir, for the cooperation. So now, taking forward the session, I would like to request Shri Subrat Pradhan, sir, Director, Ministry of Education. Sir, please felicitate our speakers of today's session with presenting the traditional Angavastra and the planter. Thank you, sir. Also, the sessions have been so tiring, but you are keeping a smile on your face. It's motivating us a lot. Thank you, sir. Dr. S. Vidyasubramaniam, sir. Thank you for accepting our warmth and hospitality through this traditional Angavastra. Rajneesh, sir. May I please request you all to have a huge round of applause for all the speakers and welcoming them. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. इतने ज्ञानी लोग जब मंच पर आसीन हो तो ज़्यादा बोलना नहीं चाहिए, तो मैं सेशन को हैंड ओवर करती हूँ अनिल सहास्त्रबुद्धे सर को टू लीड इट ओवर टू यू, सर. थैंक यू.
वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल ऑफ यू. सबको नमस्कार. इस अखिल भारतीय शिक्षा समागम के चौथे सालगिरह के आखिरी सत्र में हम आ चुके हैं. इसके पहले दो जो पैनल डिस्कशंस हुए, बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से हमने राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में जो अलग अलग पहलुओं के बारे में चर्चा की गई है, उसके एक तो इमीडिएट पहले वाले में ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशो को कैसे बढ़ाना और उसको साइंस का एजुकेशन, स्टेम एजुकेशन कैसे बढ़ाना, उसके ऊपर हुआ. उसके पहले सत्र में हमने देखा कि इंडस्ट्री, इंस्टीट्यूट, कोलैबोरेशन क्या होना चाहिए और उसी तरह कैसे हम एनवायरनमेंट के बारे में जानकारी ज़्यादा करते हुए हमारे शिक्षा नीति में आना चाहिए, उसके बारे में भी देखा. तो जहाँ our national education policy is heralded as one of the most transformative, most forward-looking, and creating graduates who are going to be very useful for society and the nation at large, but also taking care of the entire humanity and the planet. And that's why often it is talked about rooted in Indian values. इसके बारे में बार बार शिक्षा नीति में कहा गया है। लेकिन जब ऐसे अलग अलग पहलू जो बहुत ही बेहतरीन है इस शिक्षा नीति में है और सब लोगों ने इसकी सराहना की है, लेकिन जब तक हम कोई भी चीज़ को मेजर नहीं कर सकते हैं, मॉनिटर नहीं कर सकते हैं, तब तक हम उसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट कर नहीं सकते हैं। और जब तक हम इम्प्रूवमेंट नहीं कर सकते हैं, हम अच्छाई और अच्छा कर नहीं सकते हैं और हम एक्सेलेंस या क्वालिटी की तरफ नहीं जा सकते हैं। तो इसलिए भले अनेक पैरामीटर्स को, अनेक चीज़ों को, जैसे मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरिटी, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, एनालिटिकल एबिलिटी, ये सारी चीज़ें तो लिखी गई है, लेकिन जब तक हम उसको मेजरमेंट नहीं करेंगे, सेंसिटाइजेशन टुवर्ड्स एनवायरनमेंट को भी इवेल्युएट नहीं करेंगे, तो हम क्वालिटी की तरफ नहीं जा सकेंगे। तो इसलिए तीसरा सत्र जो है ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है, रोल ऑफ रैंकिंग एंड एक्रेडिटेशन इन एनहांसिंग द क्वालिटी। तो मैं थोड़ा सा स्टेप बैक करते हुए हमारी रैंकिंग एज वेल एज एक्रेडिटेशन सिस्टम के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताना चाहूँगा। सबसे पहले एक्रेडिटेशन सिस्टम जो भारत देश में आज चल रही है वो दो तरफ की है। एक नैक के तरफ से, नेशनल असेसमेंट एंड एक्रेडिटेशन काउंसिल, 1994 साल से 1994 से चल रही है। सिमिलरली प्रोग्राम एक्रेडिटेशन, नेशनल बोर्ड ऑफ एक्रेडिटेशन भी 1994 से चल रही है। एक तरफ प्रोग्राम एक्रेडिटेशन शुरू होते होते हमको पता चला कि वो AICTE के अंतर्गत थी, उसको बाहर निकालकर एक सेपरेट सोसाइटी बनाकर 2010 से उसको अलग किया गया और एज एन ऑटोनोमस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वो फंक्शनिंग कर रही है। 2014 साल में इंडिया बिकेम सिग्नेटरी टू द वाशिंगटन अकॉर्ड और उसके बाद 6 साल के बाद और एक बार रिव्यू करने के बाद और 6 साल के लिए हम वाशिंगटन अकॉर्ड के सिग्नेटरी है। इसका मतलब जिस कॉलेज के प्रोग्राम को एक्रेडिटेशन किया जाता है, उस कॉलेज के उस प्रोग्राम के छात्रों को दुनिया भर में जहाँ जहाँ ऐसे सिग्नेटरी कंट्रीज़ है वहाँ उस डिग्री को इक्विवेलेंट माना जाता है। तो उनको अलग से एग्ज़ाम नहीं देनी पड़ती है जॉब के लिए, ना वहाँ प्रोफेशन को फॉलो करने के लिए कोई एग्ज़ाम देनी पड़ती है, उसको डायरेक्टली इक्विवेलेंट माना जाता है। ऑन द अदर हैंड नैक एक्रेडिटेशन जो उसी साल में शुरू हुआ, उसमें अनेक बदलाव होते आए हैं गत 3 करीब दशकों में। और अभी प्रेजेंट सिस्टम जो है उसमें जिस फॉर्मेट में उसको इवैल्यूएट किया जाता है उसमें 2 तरफ के हैं। एक है DVV, यानी जो भी चीज़ें आपने डॉक्यूमेंटेशन दी हुई है उसको वेरिफिकेशन एंड वैलिडेशन किया जाता है बाय ए थर्ड पार्टी सोर्स, उसका 70% वेटेज है। और पीयर टीम विजिट करने के बाद 30% वेटेज मिलाकर CGPA कैलकुलेट करने के बाद 8 ग्रेड में उसको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया जाता है और एक्रेडिटेशन 5 साल के लिए दिया जाता है। सो दिस होल प्रोसेस इज फॉर द एंटायर इंस्टीट्यूट एज वन एंटिटी, वेर एज फॉर NBA एक्रेडिटेशन इट इज़ फॉर द प्रोग्राम। ये बेसिक डिफरेंस दोनों में है। और इतना होते हुए भी हम इतने दिन से देख रहे हैं, सालों से देख रहे हैं कि एक्रेडिटेशन के लिए हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ करीब 1200 में से 400 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ सामने आ रही है। इसका मतलब करीब 35% से 40% के ऊपर कभी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ एक्रेडिटेशन के लिए नहीं आई है। इसका मतलब 65 से 60% जो भी है नंबर, वो कभी एक्रेडिटेशन के लिए एक बार भी नहीं आया है। जब कॉलेज की स्थिति देखते हैं तो हम करीब 50,000 कॉलेज में से 10,000 कॉलेज के करीब एक्रेडिटेशन के लिए आते हैं। इसका मतलब वो 20% के ऊपर नहीं है। इसका मतलब लार्ज सेक्शंस ऑफ आवर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर नॉट इवन कमिंग फॉरवर्ड फॉर एक्रेडिटेशन। 2 चीज़ें हैं, एक तो ग्रेडेशन सिस्टम होने के वजह से एक तरह का भय यानी फियर दैट वी मे गेट ए पुअर ग्रेड, इस वजह से भी कुछ कॉलेजेस यूनिवर्सिटीज़ नहीं आ रहे। जब नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के तहत हम ओवरऑल देश की क्वालिटी बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, इम्प्रूव करना चाहते हैं, जब तक वो मेजरमेंट करने के लिए सामने ही नहीं आएंगे तो उनमें कमियां क्या है पता नहीं चलेगा, उनकी अच्छाई क्या है पता नहीं चलेगा, और फिर इसलिए हमारी क्वालिटी बढ़ोतरी होने का संभावना ही नहीं है। दूसरी तरफ जो एडमिशन लेने के लिए छात्र अच्छे कॉलेज को ढूंढते रहते हैं, उनको भी ये 85% करीब कॉलेजेस में कैसी शिक्षा है इसके बारे में पता नहीं है। तो इसलिए एक डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन कमेटी नाम से कमेटी को मंत्रालय ने बनाया और उनको कहा कि क्या क्या रिफॉर्म्स एक्रेडिटेशन में और रैंकिंग में होने चाहिए, उसको हमको बताइए। उस कमेटी ने जनवरी 16 को अपना रिपोर्ट दर्ज किया। उसको हमने एक्सेप्ट करने के बाद नैक में एक एग्जीक्यूटिव कमेटी की मीटिंग हुई। उसमें हमने डिसाइड किया कि उस रिकमेंडेशन को पूरी की तरह पूरी हम लागू करेंगे। उसमें 2 चीज़ों को बताया गया। पहली चीज़ वो है कि हमारा एक्रेडिटेशन सिस्टम जो ग्रेड से दिया जा रहा है, C से लेकर A++ तक, उसमें अननेसेसरी अलग अलग तरीके की कंपटीशन हो रही है, अच्छी कंपटीशन नहीं हो रही थी। तो इसलिए हम चाहते थे कि सारी इंस्टीट्यूशंस बाकी जो सामने आ नहीं रही है भय के वजह से, उनको भी साथ में जोड़ना चाहिए। तो हमारा एक्रेडिटेशन बाइनरी एक्रेडिटेशन होना चाहिए। तो बाइनरी एक्रेडिटेशन का प्रोसेस शुरू हुआ, उसके बारे में हमारे पैनलिस्ट बाद में बताएंगे। तो उसके बाद वैसे ही हमारी ग्लोबल कम्युनिटी में जो इंटरनेशनल इंजीनियरिंग अलायंस है, उन्होंने हमारे ग्रेजुएट एट्रीब्यूट्स को बदला, 12 के जगह में 11 एट्रीब्यूट्स को बनाया। उसके तहत सबसे महत्वपूर्ण जो आज सुबह चर्चा हुई, सस्टेनेबिलिटी, नेट कार्बन ज़ीरो तथा सेंसिटिविटी टुवर्ड्स सोसाइटी, एथिक्स, वैल्यूज़ और इंटरनेशनल एंड नेशनल लॉज को कैसे हम रिस्पेक्ट करते हुए एक्रेडिटेशन करेंगे, उसके बारे में बात बताई गई। उसको हम ग्रेजुएट एट्रीब्यूट्स एंड प्रोफेशनल कॉम्पिटेंसीज 4.0 कहते हैं। आज सुबह ही मंत्री जी ने इस जो सेल्फ असेसमेंट रिपोर्ट की बुकलेट है उसको अनावरण भी किया है। तो इसका मतलब एक्रेडिटेशन में काफ़ी बदलाव हो रहे हैं। और जैसे कि डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन कमेटी की रिपोर्ट को सामने रखते हुए एक अपेक्स कमेटी बनाई गई, 9 स्पेशल सब्जेक्ट कमेटीज़ बनाई गई। उनका जो रिकमेंडेशन आया उसको हमने लोगों के सामने रखा और अभी तक 5 रीजनल वर्कशॉप करने की शुरुआत की थी, उसमें से 4 वर्कशॉप हो चुके हैं। 5वां वर्कशॉप कल अहमदाबाद में होने जा रहा है। उसके बाद जो भी हमको कंसल्टेशन के बाद हमारे सामने तथ्य और सत्य आएगा, उसको भी अडॉप्ट करते हुए हम उसमें थोड़ा सा बदलाव करके अगले महीने से बाइनरी एक्रेडिटेशन की शुरुआत करते हैं। तो वैसे ही एक्रेडिटेशन के लिए हमने ये भी कहा है कि मैच्योरिटी बेस्ड ग्रेडेड लेवल्स की भी एक्रेडिटेशन होनी चाहिए। उसका भी प्रयास जनवरी तक हम शुरुआत कर देंगे। दूसरी तरफ रैंकिंग, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशनल रैंकिंग फ्रेमवर्क 2016 से शुरुआत हुई। आज 9वें साल में हम पदार्पण कर चुके हैं। पहले 4 प्रोग्राम 4 डिफरेंट कैटेगरीज से लेते लेते आज 13 कैटेगरीज में हो रहा था। इस साल और 3 कैटेगरीज को इसमें ऐड किया गया है, स्किल यूनिवर्सिटीज़, ओपन यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटीज़। ऐसे लोगों को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आने के लिए प्रवृत्त करने के लिए NIRF भी कोशिश कर रही है। हम सब देखते हैं कि इस प्रयास के वजह से QS रैंकिंग और टाइम्स हायर एजुकेशन रैंकिंग में भी हमारी संस्थाओं का ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा स्थान प्राप्त होना शुरू हुआ है और हमारे पैनलिस्ट इसके ऊपर भी चर्चा करेंगे। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण, अलग अलग राज्यों में भी कुछ उनका भी ग्रेडेशन सिस्टम शुरुआत किया है, स्पेशली गुजरात और केरला ने। बाकी राज्यों को भी ऐसा कुछ अपने अपने राज्यों में करना चाहिए ताकि नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशनल रैंकिंग फ्रेमवर्क और उसके अलावा इंटरनेशनल रैंकिंग में भी हमारा पार्टिसिपेशन और बढ़ेगा। तो ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सत्र है जिसमें हमारी क्वालिटी को एनहांसमेंट करने के लिए क्या क्या चीज़ें कर सकते हैं उसके बारे में होने वाला है। और हमारे यहाँ 4 दिग्गज जो वेरी वेल नोन एमिनेंट एकेडमिशियंस हैं, उनके बारे में ज़्यादा नहीं बात करूँगा, एक के बाद एक को बुलाऊँगा। सर्वप्रथम डॉक्टर मनोज तिवारी जो IIM मुंबई के डायरेक्टर है। इंस्टीट्यूट निटी नाम से प्रचलित था, उसको अभी भी IIM का दर्जा मिला है। और वैसे ही वो साथ साथ में उसी आसपास एक और इंस्टीट्यूट, टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सोशल साइंसेस के इंचार्ज वाइस चांसलर भी है। और ऐसी छोटी छोटी जगहों में से अपना कारोबार शुरू करते हुए, नेरिस्ट ईटानगर में मेरे साथी थे, वहाँ से लेकर अलग अलग जगहों में जाते हुए एक उच्च स्थान तक पहुँचे हुए एक आदमी जिनको ग्राउंड रियलिटीज़ के बारे में काफ़ी पता है, वो नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशनल रैंकिंग फ्रेमवर्क के बारे में बताए। और 10 से 12 मिनट में अपना वक्तव्य होना चाहिए, ऐसे मैं आपको अनुरोध करता हूँ। तिवारी जी।
माननीय चेयरमैन साहब, उच्च शिक्षा अपने शिक्षा मंत्रालय के सचिव श्री संजय मूर्ति साहब एंड अन्य अधिकारीगण, यहाँ उपस्थित लगभग कई विश्वविद्यालयों के वाइस चांसलर्स और डायरेक्टर्स। सो आज बड़े सौभाग्य की बात है कि मतलब यहाँ पे हमें अपने ही देश द्वारा बनाई गई एक ऐसी रैंकिंग पद्धति के बारे में बताना है जो पहले कई तरह के विवादों में, मतलब जब ये NIRF नहीं था तो कुछ मैगजीन्स वगैरह इसके ऊपर काम करते थे और जो उनको समझ में आता था उस तरह की रैंकिंग करते थे। लेकिन रैंकिंग के बारे में मैं एक चीज़ बताना चाहता हूँ आपको कि बेसिकली रैंक डज नॉट कन्फर एनी प्रिविलेज और गिव पावर, बट इट इम्पोजेज रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। सो इस सेंस के साथ में रैंकिंग को थोड़ा समझना चाहिए। और वैसे भी देखिए, पुरानी बात है कि अगर हम पहले किसी के बारे में बहुत अच्छा है, सुंदर है, ब्यूटीफुल है, तो क्या होता है, एक भाव तो लगता है, लेकिन एक नंबर बताने से क्या होता है कि आपको स्केलिंग लगती है कि किस रेंज में हम पहुंच गए हैं। वैसे दोज हु आर फ्रॉम डिसीजन साइंस दे नो वेरी वेल कि देयर आर मेनी वेज टू एक्सप्रेस द वेरिएबल्स। उसमें कुछ सब्जेक्टिव है, कुछ ऑब्जेक्टिव है, कुछ there are some fuzzy variables are there, some stochastic variables are there, some probabilistic variables are there, but here we are basically talking about only two, quantitative and qualitative. So NIRF is such a powerful ranking method where we have most of the variables are quantitative in nature. There is only scope of very few where 10 or 15% subjectivity is there. Rest of things are dependent on the hard data that people have to capture and put into the ranking framework actually. So coming to the some discussions on that point. So next slide please. So here you can see the whole NIRF ranking has been devised based on the altogether 5 parameters. So next slide please. Thank you. So these 5 parameters are teaching learning ratio, so these 5 parameters, if you can see, they are teaching learning ratio, then we have a research and professional practices, then we have a graduate outcomes, then we have a outreach and inclusivity, and then perception. So before that actually just I want to switch over that there are many areas which NIRF covers, but many ranking agencies, they don't cover so much vast area that includes all the universities, colleges, engineering, law, architecture, planning. So in QS, if you go there, subject-wise ranking, but here we have a very elaborate way of ranking by similar kind of parameters, which I have just mentioned, that teaching, learning and resources, and then we have RP, that is called research and professional practices, then graduate outcomes, and then outreach and inclusivity and perception. So you can see their percentage also, that how much actually is divided. So highest weight of 30% is given to teaching and learning practices. And then 30% weight is also given to research and professional practice. Then graduate outcomes given 20%. And outreach and inclusivity given 10% and 10% perception. So now under this you can see what are the data we have to capture, and then based on that total score is to be computed. You can clearly see that here except perception most of the things are data driven, hard data driven actually. So coming to the each parameter that we have taken factors like say TLR. Under the TLR there are 5 subheads, 4 subheads actually. You can see student strength, faculty student ratio, combined metric for faculty with PhD, and also we can see that the financial resources and their utilization, so online education. So most of the recent things are also being included as one of the factor to find out what is the teaching learning outcome. Similarly, go to the research here. So we have given combined metrics for the publications and also citations. Citation comes under the quality publications. So like UN journals and all those things, they comes under the citations. And then IPR and patents also taken into account in the system. And thereafter, we have a footprint of the projects and professional practices, executive development programs, which are very much part of the RP. Then we have a metric for the university examinations, like 60% weightage is given to the graduates who are passing, and then metric for the PhD students who are coming out of the system. And then we have percentage of the outreach and inclusivity, which is very much a societal issues, and this all have been given a place in the NIRF ranking. You can clearly see here, there is percentage of the students from different states studying into the university, then how many of them are belong to the women's sections, and what are their percentage, then economically and socially challenged students also, and facilities for the physically challenged. So all these factors have been taken into account in the outreach and inclusivity component of the NIRF ranking. And perception again, it's a 10, and here it is divided into academic peers and employers actually. So now you can clearly see when you talk about teaching learning ratio, and then there are different kind of data we have to capture. Here I would like to sound to the most of the persons that this will be done year-long exercise. Otherwise, firefighting during the time of NIRF entry will actually many institutions lose their good rank because they don't collect the data properly. Because I am heading the two institutions, I am seeing in one institution, it was very clearly visible because their data collection was not a good exercise. So that is why sometimes their rank goes very low. So data pertaining to the number of full-time faculty, then data pertaining to the faculty qualification, faculty student ratio, and then details of the adjunct and visiting faculties. Even professor of practice also can be included into this kind of things. And then student details, the total number of enrolled UG, PG, and PhD students, then different kind of learning resources, that what are the courses we offer, number of the quality of the physical resources like library and other things, digital resources. So they all have the place into the teaching learning component. And if you see just few comparison I have shown, that here you can see clearly that SS, that is the simply student strength, which has given 20 marks, and online education, which is given 15 marks. So, and then total score if you can see. So they are measured between the 20 and 15. The different institutions we have just captured. So you can see that how their value varies, and based on that, how actually this TLR affect the other component of the ranking actually. Then we have research and professional practices. So here the research output primarily, it is to be based on the number of quality publications in the peer-reviewed journals, particularly Q1 journals. Then citations and other impact factors are SIMAGO factors which are there for the measuring the citations. Then patents and innovations which are there based on number of patents filed and granted. Then details of the technology transfer and commercialization of the research. Then research and funding, basically how much funding we received from the government and industry sources. And then professional practices actually, like what are the different kind of collaborative arrangements we done, and participation of the professional bodies and the organization. So these are all has been taken into account, and then we have a here plotted a curve to show that how the TLR and RPC combinedly they decide the ranks actually, sir. And later on we will show in the QS also this will have a very great impact, and many universities they have improved their ranking just by harping on the research practices and publications and citations actually. So these are very two important parameters here. Then coming to the graduate outcomes actually. So in graduate outcomes, what are the things we capture? We capture here the placement data, that is the number of and percentage of the students placed through the campus recruitment, and then average and median salary packages, and the number of students opting for the higher studies, startups, and all other things actually. Then expansion of examination and the results like percentage and academic performance metric for the various programs, and then details of the student progression rates from one academic year to the next. So this thing has been captured under the graduate outcomes. And here if you can see that metric for the university exams and metric for the number of PhD students, then the different institutions, just sample we have taken, how they vary, it has been shown here. The data set for the NIRF ranking also includes the details about the diversity factors, like how many the women are there and what are the, like say, number of students from different regions, graduate diversity, representation of the students from the various socio-economic backgrounds, and then for social inclusion and support scholarship, because how many scholarships you are giving to the different community students, they are part of the data actually that requires in the NIRF. And then community engagement, like details of the outreach programs and community services that institutions used to do. So such kind of data is captured under the outreach activities. And based on this, we have, if you see, altogether, the NIRF institutions, here, those who are under the NIRF, you can see top performing bodies, they should have consistently investment in the research, strong industry linkages, diverse and inclusive environment, and high quality faculty and positive perceptions. So these are the some of the things. And then how NIRF ranking has impacted the society. The main impact has been there. They have improved their ranking in the different areas and improved their image among the society people, particularly among the students. And then student choices. Now this vary basically, many times they see that what is the NIRF ranking of the institutions, and accordingly they take a decision for the admissions. And then many policy formulations where the regulatory bodies can formulate that, okay, the NIRF institutions have this much, so they can decide many other grant and situations also, like what we have seen in the US. Earlier the NSF has many times decided the kind of granting bodies and funding based on their rankings actually. So question is, based on this, we have some very interesting features about the NIRF that I can say, that it's a comprehensive evaluation policy. It does not depend on only very broad component on the reputation and survey. Here only 10% is there, remaining is data driven, which, and also data is so transparent that each and every institution is providing their data into their website. And you compare to other ranking procedures where it is not properly shown to the stakeholders. But here one can see also that what data has been inputted by the particular institutions. And particularly it's multi-criteria decision-making systems where there is some sort of always weightage factor. So this weightage is to be decided by simulating the different kind of data that we are having. And as we know that many times it is very popular saying about the different models, that all models are wrong, but some are useful. So this was George Box, one of the very famous statistician. So NIRF, RQS, they are a kind of model actually, but they are quite useful by combining so many factors and variables to come out of with one index and one number actually, sir. So based on this actually, some of the key features that I want to say about the NIRF ranking is they keep the number of faculties uniform, please. This is one of the very good messages and analysis comes out of that. Improve the number of visiting and adjunct faculties and professor practices. Increase the operational expenses and capital expenses per student actually. And organize seminars, conference, workshops. Improve the institution's infrastructure and campus facilities. Encourage faculty and students to publish in high impact peer reviewed journals. And encourage faculty to conduct executive development program, management development program, so that more industry connect will be the outcome of this. And improve the female students' registrations into the system. Increase the regional diversity, means students from other states also they can join and study there. Then strengthen your industry linkage and collaborations by inviting them for different kind of workshop, conferences, webinars, seminars, etc. And promote social responsibility and many kind of service learning initiatives. I think with these measures, the overall NIRF ranking can be seen. Say there is data-driven modeling as well as that it has a very, very transparent systems they used to follow, and very few percentage of the component for the perception, which is totally, depends on the choice and opinions. Most of the things are data driven. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Tiwari ji. Next in line of next panelist is Professor Rajnish Kumar. He is Professor of Chemical Engineering. So I think he should bring in what is that chemistry which works for getting QS rankings for IITs and some of the best institutions.
Okay, thank you, Professor Sasabudde, and thank you everyone for coming and listening to all of us over here. Can you go to the next presentation? That's the second listed in that folder. Yeah, so I will just skip this slide and also skip this slide because I have been told that I have to finish it within time. Obviously, this also I will come back, but what I want to start with is this, that, oh, this pointer does not work. Okay, so NIRF is actually, as you have just seen, is a more comprehensive ranking, and the biggest difference between NIRF ranking and QS ranking is the component of industrial research, translational research, CSR research, which is completely missing in QS ranking. Okay, QS ranking primarily looks into your publications. So what I am going to tell you is that if you have to improve, you will have to improve on your publication. That is something, there is no getting away from that. So you will have to improve your publication. But what exactly QS tells you is that there are these parameters which is academic reputation, employer reputation, and employment outcome. These three are long-term parameters. Basically, you cannot change it overnight. It will take you 20, 30, 40 years perhaps to basically improve some of these parameters. The reason is because they are basically based on your recall, memory recall. So if the questions given to a person is that, which institute comes to your mind when you look at, when you think about India? So obviously IIT Bombay will come to the mind of most of the people, and then after that it becomes IIT Delhi, IIT Madras and all others. So this is a recall value. So if your institute does not come into the top 10 recall value, you will lie at the lower end. So if you see, there is another thing which I wanted to talk about over here. If I look into the, one of the perception is that because of the reputation, our ranking goes down, but that is not true. Yeah, I'll take this mic, sorry, because without a pointer it becomes difficult. Hello, yeah. So now you look into the employer point of IIT Bombay and they are ranked 63 in the world. So if this ranking was just 100% based on employer reputation survey, then IIT Bombay will be 63 ranked. It basically means, right now IIT Bombay is 120 around. So it basically means that if this employer reputation quotient goes up, their rank will improve. It's not going to go down. So it depends on which institute you belong to. Also, if you talk about IIT Delhi, they are ranked 73 just based on employer reputation. So it's not necessary that this employer reputation and academic reputation is bringing you down. Actually, it's helping you, but it depends where you belong. If you belong to the top 10 institute, it helps you. But if you do not belong to that top 10 institute based on the recall value of a person, then it will not help you. So this is something which but this is certainly not going to change overnight. It will take a lot of time because MIT will remain the top institute in people's mind for 20 years, 30 years. It will take really long for people to accept that Tsinghua is the top institute now. You see, this is the recall value. You cannot really improve that. For example, if someone asks in Singapore which will be the top institute, there is only two institutes, either NUS or NTU. So both of these institutes will get really high value, 80%, 90% of this. So this is why their ranking will always be higher. So this is something which one always has to understand. Now employment outcome is a little complex. I don't know, QS were a little confused. This is why they were basically not sure what they should be doing it, because I'll show you what happens with employment outcome. The employment outcome, you see there is two factors. One is alumni impact index adjusted times ln of graduate employment rate. So if your graduate employment rate is 100%, ln of 100 you will get 4.6. If your graduate employment rate is 50%, you are going to get 3.6, 3.9 roughly.
So there is not much of a difference. What exactly makes this difference is that alumni impact index adjusted. And where they calculate it from? They calculate it from the list you see over here. Forbes 30, Forbes Middle. So all these are something which is not heard in India. So this is something which people get really bothered about. And this is one of the reasons all those people who are going to do better in employment reputation, they are also going to do better in employment outcome. Because that perception, the alumni data, which actually gets gathered from employer reputation, also gets carried over there. So if you are not in top 10, you will get affected there also. Now the remaining parts, which is basically faculty-student ratio, citations per faculty, international research network, and sustainability, all 4 of these parameters, which is roughly 45% of the total 100%, you can basically change for within a shorter period of time. So this is why I basically break down this ranking into something which is really changes in really long time. You can't really do a big change there in shorter period, but there are at least 45 to 50% where you can basically do a lot of contribution and you will be able to improve your ranking. Now when we talk about these numbers, you see the paper, the publications, one important point is the publication is not what you have done 10 years back. The publication only gets counted what you have done up to 6 years back. So for example, the publication of 2019 to 2023 only matters for the ranking, that remaining 45%. What you have done in 2018 does not really matter. So please be aware of this. Only 5 years of publication and citations of these papers, not the previous papers, citations of these papers for last 6 years will be counted for ranking. It's very important. So now if you are hanging on to your old paper, if you are getting your old paper cited by someone, it's not going to help you. Please be aware. So this 5 years is what is very important. Please keep that in mind. Okay, let's move on to international relation network. Now this is something people would say that, okay, international relation network will improve if I improve my research collaboration with international institutes. So I'll show you a data. Now if you look into this data, you see this yellow line is for IIT Kharagpur. If you see this, their international collaboration is 20% 2015, and by 2022 they have improved a little bit more. Whereas ISC numbers are consistently higher compared to IIT Kharagpur. But then if you go and look into the data over here, what is they have got? So IIT Kharagpur over here, which is this 69.3. And the ISC data is 39.1, 30-point difference, even though their international collaboration is much more, almost 20% more than IIT Kharagpur. So please be aware that this number is coming from this relation over here, IRN index. What it basically looks into, it looks into your collaborative work, which is consistent with one particular group. If you have worked with one group in an institute, tomorrow you are doing again, with the same person, it will count. But if you move to someone else, then that research will not count. So please be aware that you should have a collaboration consistently with the same group. Otherwise, it is not going to count. And what counts? In last 5 years, you should have at least 3 papers from the same sets of people, from the same institute. Otherwise, this number will not count. Please be aware. So if you keep moving from jumping from one person to the other person, this is not going to count in your international relation network. This is very important, and please keep that in mind. Here again, there is a complex equation. L is in the numerator, P is in the denominator. You have to look into this also. I don't want to go in detail because I don't have much time. Moving on. So what I'm trying to say, that the short-term parameters which you can certainly improve are the research performance. And what is research performance? I'll give you an example of this institute here. This is just a 10-year-old institute. It started in China, some Southern Technology Institute, something like that. You will see this. Their employer reputation, academic reputation obviously has to be poor because they are just 10-year-old institute. They also do not have a lot of international collaboration and all this sustainability, and all of these are poor. But where they are very good is these 2 parameters which you can control. Which are these 2 parameters? These parameters are citations per faculty and then faculty-student ratio. If just by controlling these 2 parameters within 10 years, they have reached to a point 34.6, which basically means that it is now competing with institutes like IIT Madras. So you see, in 10 years, how do you reach to IIT Madras? You see a very clear example. Now, if you want to do this, obviously you will have to have international faculty. This is why their number is little large there. You can do with domestic faculty also. Many Chinese university has done it. They have chosen to basically attract few foreigners. But even with their domestic faculty, you should be able to do that. The other data which I want to tell you, look at Purdue, which is currently ranked 90. And IIT Madras, which is IIT Bombay, which is ranked 120 roughly. You see their employer reputation is actually almost as good as IIT Bombay. This number 63.5, which is academic reputation, is slightly better than IIT Bombay. But this slightly better, I'll tell you why they are slightly better. All other parameters also. So what I'm trying to say that you will have to focus specifically on each of these parameters. You can do a small Excel programming to know what points you need this parameter to reach a particular data. Because it's no 30%, 20%, 15%. So you can do this kind of predictive analysis to see in each of these parameters where I should be to basically attain a particular ranking. And then work for that particular data. Again, when we talk about quality of publication or quality of research, there are many things which comes into picture. Publication count, whether that is quality. Citation count, whether that is quality. If I improve my citation, that is enough. Or citations per paper is more important. Or H index is more important. Or field weighted citation index. Someone was talking about THE ranking. THE ranking takes field weighted citation impact very seriously. So that is also something which is very, then publication of as a corresponding author is important or not. Actually, it's not. And so on and so forth. So there are many other data which you'll have to worry about. I'll tell you what exactly is the publication count data. This data is for China, India, South Korea, and United States. You see, China has basically produced the largest number of papers. US has been the leader, but now China has overtaken them. South Korea is basically almost flat, and India is now improving. So what I'm trying to say that we publish sufficient papers now. What we have to focus on is the quality, and where is that? The data comes over here, you see here. US has been publishing almost 65 to 70%, the entire country, it's not about one institute, the entire country averaged over publishes 65 to 70% of their paper in Q1 journals, okay? China in 2003 were also somewhere over there, around 30%, like any other institute like India or South Korea, but then you see they have also improved, South Korea has improved. However, India still publishes roughly 37% of its paper in Q1 journals. So if you are publishing only 37% papers in Q1 journal as a whole, we cannot really improve. We have to improve our quality. So we have all done good in quantity, but we have to improve quality. Now when we talk about quality, what matter most for the ranking? So I did an analysis for 200 institutes. I'm not bringing all the 200 here, but H5 index, which I talked about, that the 5 years paper and the citations of these papers in that 6 years period, H5 index matters the most. H5 index, you see here, Tsinghua University has an H5 index of roughly 300. They are ranked 25, currently 20. Purdue University is slightly below with H5 index of 175 roughly, they are 99. Zhejiang University in China, again in 10 years they have improved so much. They are 44, and IIT Delhi is 175 in this data, but later they have improved to 150. This is 1 year old data. So H5 index is very important. Today I will not discuss how to do it, but what I am trying to tell you that if you have to reach a value of 315 like Tsinghua University, which is ranked 2025 in H5 index, it basically means your 315 papers should be of that quality that each of these papers have got 60 citations per year on average. Now, how do you get it? You get it by employing more number of faculty, that is first. Working in an area which basically gets cited more, which is very relevant. Don't work in an area which is not relevant, then obviously it will not get cited. So all these example, managing your faculty recruitment, the research area which you should or institute should be working on is very important. Otherwise, you are not going to reach 315, neither you are going to reach 175, because typically you might have 1-2 such faculty who every paper will get cited more than 60 times per year. You cannot have 300 such faculty. So be very careful. If you are not, if you have to target that, you will have to target this. There is no other option. This is the only way you have to reach there. And it does not matter which ranking we are talking about. Any ranking you talk about, you will have to basically look into some of these numbers. But is H5 index alone important? What is the data? Okay, no, I'll just go to the data. I'll not give any preaching today. So let's move on to the data. If that is the case, Anna University over here, you will see today has highest H5 index in India. Are they the top institute? They are not. Why they are not? I'll show you why they are not. You see, they started in 2007, very limited number of papers. They increased the number of publications huge, but then their quality has started going down. You see, till 2015, their quality was almost like not even 20% of their paper were in Q1. Now they have improved little bit. So it's very important that when you are jumping, if you are trying to publish too many papers, don't lose the focus on the quality, because if your focus on the quality goes down, your ranking is going to go down. On the other hand, you see China, they started the same place, China, the Tsinghua University, started at the same place, the same time. You see they have crossed US today. And this is why their ranking has gone up. So quality is something which you cannot compromise. Even if you have to publish more paper, focus on the quality. If you are not focusing on the quality, more paper alone will not really help you. What is quality again? So why I'm saying that you have to publish in Q1 journals. The reason is very simple. You see there is citations per paper over here in y-axis. In the x-axis is the quality of the journal, 90 percentile, top 90% journal, basically top 10% journal. That 90 means. It clearly shows you that if you are publishing your paper in the top 10% journal, you are getting the maximum citations per paper. It's obvious. If you are publishing a paper in very poor journal, no one will cite you, because they will be afraid that if I cite, I will also tag that I am poor. Okay, so everyone will only cite the papers which are published in good quality journal. If you have not published your paper in good quality journal, please forget the citations. And that basically means that the number in the denominator will increase, because it's a citations per paper. So every paper you are publishing which is not getting cited is pulling down your citations per paper. So this is important for everyone to understand where. Okay, so I'll go quickly now. Citations per paper data is fine. I'll just quickly, one data I will show you. If you look into this data, one difference here is, this is the data of 2000 to 2020. You see Tsinghua University is continuously improving, and all other universities pretty much going down. So there is a lot of learning in all of these. How do you basically cite your paper? How do you basically increase the faculty count and all those things? Not for today, but for some other day. Citations per faculty, which is used in QS ranking, the faculty count basically gets a little difficult to get. So this is why I'm bringing author count. Citations per author. And if you see here, none of the IITs are better than anyone else. They are very similar. The good point here is that all IITs are at the same place. Does not matter whether you are from this institute or that institute, the citations per paper count is very similar. Obviously, we are below Purdue and Tsinghua, and if you have to improve your ranking, citations per author, citations per paper has to go up. There is no other option. The last point which I want to talk about is that please choose your area. Arts and humanities paper, you publish 1% paper, it will be equivalent to 15% of citations. Okay? So arts and humanities, we are pretty poor there. We don't publish too much there. Social science, if you publish 6 papers, then it becomes 12 papers, 11 papers. In engineering, it's roughly 1 to 1 in all other, but in bio, it is half. So all this is important. And this is where India lies in terms of what is the strength. Overall, this is the India data. If you see here, reduce inequality, health and well-being, gender equality, poverty, strong institution, all these are our areas where we have to improve. If we improve on these areas, citations are going to certainly go up. And for that, what you'll have to do, you'll have to basically collaborate. Within India, I looked into the data of, this is the top data is JNU, the other data University of Calcutta. They are in North, and they are pretty good in their social sciences research. The institutes which are in South, which are Anna University and University of Mumbai, you see they are pretty good in technology aspect. So if these two institutes come together and collaborate, you will be able to basically do a much better job. So thank you. I'm going really fast, but sorry, there are a lot of things to be discussed. We can discuss more.
Thank you, Professor Rajneesh Kumar. As said, he really brought the chemistry out of this whole ranking process and how it has to be done. Our next panelist is Dr. Vaidya Subramaniam. He is the Vice Chancellor of Sastra University, and most importantly, he keeps writing in Indian Express quite often about education. And now he's talking about our new system of accreditation by NAC. Vaidya is a doctor in our Ayurvedic system. So he's going to doctor us about how accreditation has to be improved in different places in order to get our quality to be improved. Vaidya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished panelists, and distinguished members of the audience. I'm extremely happy to again be part of ABSS. It's a hat trick of sorts, the third time. This session predominantly is on how ranking and accreditation is so essential to increase the quality of higher education, while ranking has been so adequately dealt by the previous two speakers. I'm limiting myself only with accreditation. As the chairman pointed out in his opening remarks, the age of accreditation in India, both NBA and NAC, is almost the same. 1994 it started. And the age of ranking, in contrast, is a recent phenomenon. But data shows that there is more interest level to participate in ranking than in accreditation. So I just want to test my hypothesis just by a mere show of hands, those who represent different universities and higher education institutions. How many of you are participating in NIRF? Just show of hands. If you're not participating, don't lift your hands. Nobody is going to watch you. Yeah. Then how many of you participate and got yourself accredited? See, it's a lesser number. Now, the reason is now the accreditation as a phenomenon, it's a process that you have to endure to ensure that the systems are in place. And it is not that I am saying that NIRF or ranking is a easier process. Because it is an annual exercise, you tend to also get an opportunity to again revisit your data, whereas accreditation is not an annual exercise. It happens once in 5 years, and if you want to better, then after a limited period, you can better your grades. But historically, if you look at the evolution of the accreditation process, and that's where I want to highlight, is gone are the days where the process itself was so difficult. Initially, you had to spend so much time, take printouts, multiple copies, take them. Actually, you had to lift it and run to Bangalore, submit it, and then a visit team is constituted, they come, and it was kind of a process that many of them felt is taking a lot of time, and that's why the policymakers also decided that let's punish the institutions once in 5 years. So you do it once in 5 years, get yourself accredited. But now the new process, after Dr. Radhakrishnan's report was submitted, which was accepted by NAC, the new process has actually ironed out most of the difficulties. And one of the significant decisions that they have taken is to split this entire accreditation process, as the chairman already highlighted, into a binary accreditation and then the MBG, about which I will talk a little later, which is more a maturity-based grading system. Now, the binary accreditation is, I think, a low-hanging fruit. In fact, I was part of one of the UGC committees to understand why the accreditation is actually the number of institutions coming forward for accreditation is not that encouraging. One of the largest reasons was that the fear factor for institutions who are already accredited, once the accreditation norms changed, they thought that they will actually score poorer than where they are now. So that's for institutions who are already accredited. And for the institutions who have not been accredited, the fear factor was more pronounced because they did not want to end up in a scenario where they participate in the entire process and then finally when the results are announced, not accredited. It's a big embarrassment for the institution. So that fear factor had to be addressed adequately, and this binary accreditation, in my view, has addressed that fear factor for the simple reason that the binary accreditation has only 10 metrics, 10 attributes on which these institutions will be graded. I was also part of that exercise where we have made sure that the binary accreditation process, the attributes, the 10 parameters and the related attributes, which is also less than 60, 59 to be exact. It is not over 100 as it used to be. Now it is just less than 60, 59. These parameters have a minimalist benchmark. So that actually eases out the fear factor. In fact, I jokingly used to say that institutions have to really work hard not to get accredited in the binary accreditation process. So it is as simple as that, that if you just focus on the real purpose of why you are there in the higher education orbit, from a binary accreditation perspective, it is very easy to be accredited. I am talking about the relative ease as it was before. So binary accreditation is a welcome those first timers to get your institutions accredited, because that is one starting symbol of an excellence that you are capable of delivering. The next is MBG, which is on a 5 level, that is aligned with the NEP 2020 architecture of what type of higher education institutions are going to be, whether you are going to be a standalone teaching institution, degree granting institutions, or teaching institution capable of doing little research, or a research institution come teaching, or the Meru types, other types of institutions. And this is how I think moving forward, since the parameters are still work in process, this is how it will be aligned, so that institutions also, when they do their IDP, you will know what you want to be, and then you participate in that level of the MBG graded accreditation models. So this perfectly aligns with your capabilities than to not know where you are. Initially, when we did not have these levels but only grades with scores, it was just a hit and run operation. Everybody thought they are best, they deserve 3.5 and above. Everybody thought, you know, they are good like anybody else. But here is a very clear case, and when MBG is actually published as a manual, then you will realize that you will do first a self-introspection, understand what type of institution you are, while your IDP says what you want to be. Then from what you are, you get accredited at different levels, and then once you achieve that one level of accreditation, move towards what you want to be, then that will be reflected in your MBG as you progressively move. Now to do both, I am just going to give 6 suggestions, not 6 suggestions, 6 dimensions that are required to actually catalyze this entire accreditation process. First, sensitization. It is very, very important that these new processes reach all types of institutions. So though UGC, AICTE, these stakeholders are taking enough measures to ensure that every institution, every university knows this binary accreditation process, it is also the equal responsibility of other statutory bodies like NCTE or Bar Council of India or Council of Architecture. They should also take this message and make sure those institutions that are under their ambit of control, they should also be sensitized on this. After sensitization is participation. Now, since it is very binary, the data entry process is going to be very simple. Everything is online. You don't have to really prepare all those papers. It's very simple process. The institutions themselves, after participating, they will understand that this process is so simple. So even the agencies, statutory bodies, as well as other agencies should encourage institutions to participate after creating this sensitization. The third important thing, which is very crucial, is transition. There are many institutions who are already accredited by NAAC with good grades. But now if MBG has to be adopted by those institutions, I have a request also that the transition plan also has to be planned carefully. For those institutions that already have a high grade in the existing accreditation system, and if that's valid for 5 years, what is the incentive for those institutions to move to MBG? And this transition phase is very, very important, and such type of institutions have to actually put their thought processes, and those policymakers must also understand what is going to be the incentive for these types of institutions to immediately also adopt to MBG, because they are not going to come to binary accreditation because they are already beyond that. The fourth is the transformation that you can bring about, and that's what I related with your IDP. Once you get into the MBG mode, or once you get binary accredited, the next logical step is to see whether I can aim for the first level of MBG. So that inherently builds a kind of a transformation culture within the institution, so that every time that you participate in the accreditation process, you are ready to add incremental scores that will either push you from binary to MBG 1 or 2. Sometimes if you're doing exceptionally well, that your transformation system is so good, you might also end up getting an MBG 3 level accreditation and so forth. So through transformation, it is left to institutions like you, because NEP 2020 has given you certain levels of autonomy with which you can bring about certain improvisations. The fifth one is globalization, and that's where I want to talk about how NBA has actually built a context of globalization ever since it signed the Washington Accord. Today the chairman talked about the GAPC 4.0. It is aligning our engineering programs towards certain global benchmarks, which are just beyond all those, the approval norms and standards, these are all minimalist. Whereas the NBA accreditation standards are to a maximalist approach, and this GAPC 4.0 is in the context of what is happening at a global level amongst engineering institutions. So I think that also inherently gives you certain global best practices available in the Indian geography. The last thing is competition. Now here I'm just thinking a little radically. This accreditation is for universities, institutions affiliated to universities. But with the advent of NCVET, and in the presence of Dr. Kalsi, I am saying this, there are going to be other entities who need not be universities, who will not be engineering colleges or colleges affiliated to universities, but will do the type of work that universities and colleges are doing, because NCVET is giving them that approval. Now they are also going to give credits, and once NCRF is going to be adopted, the competitive landscape of higher education is completely going to change. Now students will ask the question, why should I go to a university, why should I go to a college? Here is another entity that is approved by NCVET, which is also giving me the same credits, which I can use it later in the NCRF and join some other institution at some point of time in my career. So when the competition is also getting little changed and not the same way that it is used to be, it makes more sense to ask the questions ourselves as institutional leaders. We have to get ourselves accredited, because that is the first step forward that you can take to make sure that you deliver the learning outcomes, and it's outcome-based accreditation that's the essence of this entire process. And you take it from me, unless you are accredited, and if you have a laid-back attitude that you are a college, your university is going to give you approval year after year, your university status is permanent, but we don't need accreditation, then over a period of time, the fact that you are a college, you are a competent authority to give a degree, all that is going to get marginalized, because there are other better ways where a student can get themselves certified as those who are better seekers of knowledge. So please be cautious of that and get your acts together. And also, I have a piece of a little suggestion to other statutory bodies also. This is not an exercise that is done in isolation by UGC and AICTE alone. It is also the equal responsibility of other statutory bodies like, as I mentioned before, NCTE or Bar Council of India or Council of Architectures. All of them also have to marshal their resources under their command and tell institutions under their control to gravitate towards accreditation as a mandatory minimum to begin with, and you will see the results showing up naturally in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vaidya. In fact, accreditation is a continuous improvement process. It is not that one time we got accredited and forget about it. You have to continuously improve upon what you are. Our last panelist is Dr. Ujjwala Chakradev. Ujjwala name itself is, we want to take Bharat to Ujjwalata. So therefore, I would request how Tier 2, Tier 3 rural remote area institutions are to be addressed in order to get accreditation as well as ranking. Ujjwala, please.
Thank you, sir. Can we have the last presentation, please? We were, since this session started, talking about that how to improve our accreditation. But we all are aware India is a vast country. diverse country, and deep into the rural areas also there is a need for the education to reach. How do we address their issues? How do we reach them? People are not coming forward to get accredited. There are issues. They are scared of coming. Sometimes they do not know about it. There are some special institutions like mine, women institutions. We have our peculiar requirements and pointers where we should be accredited in that particular manner. There could probably be other institutions, like now we are talking about the distinguished universities. Particularly in that manner, some institutions might have their own particular qualifications or qualities. We heard national NIRF ranking systems. We also heard about binary system, and most of even my doubts, which I will be presenting in this presentation, probably are resolved by this binary system. But still, there are so many issues which our rural India is facing, and all those I will not be able to mention over here. But if somebody is from the rural area, probably would know that we can talk about it in our question answer sessions. Current status, I'm focusing on women here right now, particularly because I am comfortable with this data, and this is a particular data of women, status of women in nation's economy. As well as we all know that the contribution of women in the entire economy and everywhere, of course, has to increase. Even if the GER has to be increased, then the participation and education of women has to be improved. How do we do it? Education empowers them is known fact, but these are this is the current status of women education and literacy, which was taken up in 2021 by the institution Drishti. And these are the facts. I will not go into those right now. My topic starts here. And here, the need for women universities, or when we talk about these new universities, need for these universities, automatically actually I am talking about the need for the going to the rural areas also. Support and scaffolding schemes for women are required, is okay. Environment fostering leadership and qualities, role of decision making will improve with this kind of universities. Basically summing up all these criteria, what is the need? There are certain communities which actually need only women universities, is a fact. The ambience and the environment which is given in the women institutions is particularly required for some of the institutions, some of the women. Many women leave out and they want to come back. So they are comfortable in a particular ambience and the environment. These are some of the areas. Feeling of the security is required. Multidisciplinary education towards women's holistic development is sometimes possible only in women university. This is a paradox which I am talking about, but this is a fact as well. More community outreach with linkages is possible with only women universities. Challenges of women and rural universities and colleges. See, when we are talking only about women university, we are targeting only 50%. Then you would say, why do you want to go? That I addressed right at the beginning, and there are many more reasons why there should be only women universities. But since there is only a population, 50% population, then the accreditation needs to be different, criteria 1 needs to be differently addressed, and many other criteria need to be worked out appropriately. Most of the women learners from the low socio-economic strata only go for these institutions. It's not the elite ones, because then they can go to any institutions and they can go anywhere. But the people, the women who cannot go anywhere, they prefer these institutions. Most of the women learners are first or second generation learners. This is my experience as well. Most of the institutions which are associated with SNDT Women's University, where we have seen this is a fact. Other co-ed universities and colleges in the same geographical area actually attract many students, and then the number of admissions get affected because of this particular point. More dropouts or breaks in education due to more family compromises is a fact which is there. Challenges of women universities and colleges: need for more safe campuses and safety measures. That means more acts are required. Recruitment of students in the co-ed oriented market. There we need to prepare them differently. Lower perception about women's college and universities. This is a general perception across in the society. Limited innovative initiatives such as hackathons. However, you would say, then who stopped you? We will talk about it in the question answer sessions. I'm just putting the facts right now. Intensive travel, frequent study tours may get compromised, and they do get compromised. The permissions are not granted. I will give you the examples when we talk about the in the question answer sessions. Lengthy campus hours, odd hours sessions are compromised. We do not have the night campus works and the studies. Motivating women to participate in some programs, courses becomes difficult. Challenges of rural as well as women universities or colleges is the low academic motivation, women and rural learners. Maintaining balance between research and outreach may prove a challenge. Outreach programs are many, whereas to convert those outreach programs into projects of research becomes slightly difficult, and the time engaged in the outreach programs are far more than the actual real research projects. Fundraising through alumni donations not as successful as in co-ed. Even the mindset of women earners, they do not immediately give out the donations for their alma maters. Maintaining the balance between research and outreach may prove, this I have already mentioned. Then ground realities of women or rural institutions related to accreditation. These sentences have stories behind them. I am not talking about all those stories because of the constraint of the time. That's why I will just read these sentences. Many of you will realize that, yes, this happens, this is because of this point she is mentioning. Difficulty in getting qualified staff in the rural region. All of you know that. Many of my affiliated colleges do not have the regular faculty out there. Inadequate infrastructure and resources. Lack of accountability, no full-time principals appointed, inability to pay the salary as per the government norms, lack of innovation in pedagogy, research, etc., limited financial support from management. See, at one place, what we are talking about, that we have to reach high, there is ABC, that is Academic Bank of Credits. That's why the spirit of NEP actually talks about the diversity, talks about multidisciplinary, talks about holistic learning. At the same time, there has to be some parity, because we want the students to go from one institution to another at a regional level, at the national level, and at global level as well. That's why we talked about QS ranking, we talked about national ranking. But what about those who do not even have the basic level, probably in the binary systems? If they are brought into, then these things probably will be taken care of, and many of the malpractices which are actually happening will be phased out probably. I'm not talking about the results, I'm just putting the situation. Lack of awareness among stakeholders for accreditation. No favorable mindset of stakeholders for accreditation. Fear of accreditation is a fact. High accreditation fees is something which has been discussed with us. Even in the meeting with the ministry, this was discussed. Few points of national and state level policies less aligned with rural and women realities. This is something to be discussed. connection of power and accreditation. Somebody said it's not connected, but it is. In NIRF presentation, he mentioned it. Lack of transparency in accreditation process. We all know. What I mean by this is that all those who are going for the accreditation need to be taken, rigorous training needs to be done for them. And as it was done and practice started in AICTE, maybe completely online and very selected physical visits, or otherwise complete training of the trainers who are going for accreditation. Academic support of leading national level, state level organizations such as NCERT for leadership development. Then rigorous faculty training, which has been already mentioned. Incentives for research, consultancy and paper publications. Promoting research journals in regional languages. Lots of good work is being done at the rural areas. Like we talked about Vidyashakti in the previous session. And in that, such projects, if identified and if the journals are taken out for those publishing the work which is being done in that, but they will be in the regional languages, because many national education policy promotes the regional language, study in the regional language. Then there is a need to have the regional language journals. But these journals, if their citation has to be increased, will have to be translated in English so that they become available for larger number of public, so that citations of these regional language journals will increase in considerably. Or otherwise, one data, one nation, one data, when we talk about, probably a data journal where we have the complete data of the publications and the collection, sort of outreach work done, and the data collected through various projects will be available at certain website, and through that the data will be further taken up. Moreover, the citations will also increase when we have faith amongst ourselves also. We don't have to look for the foreign journals and the languages or the people, scientists, to quote them and do the, in our research work. We will have our own people who will be cited by we all together. That also probably will help us. Activities for overall development of women learners, linkages with industries and NGOs, academic, on-job training, financial support, etc., which is a very common thing. Leadership training of faculty, which has already been mentioned. More policies for women learners. They have peculiar requirements, and these peculiar requirements and the reasons and the flexible timings probably will have to be addressed. New policies for women organizations, special schemes for women learners, experts engagement in curricula, design, interactions with learners, advisory bodies, fundraising through various sources, financial social schemes for women, and improving IT infrastructure subsidies for internet. If the rural India is IT integrated and subsidized appropriately, internet is there, then probably even many of us have got the such schemes where we can reach them and make them have education. Then measures, appropriate process of monitoring mechanism, state-wise flexibility in accreditation process. One small example, in Maharashtra government had taken out a notice that there should not be any student council, and none of the universities had a student council. So most of us, we lacked those marks in Maharashtra, where student council was given some marking. So such kind of alignments probably will have to be worked out. There's a rigorous implementation of schemes like Sparsha. This is one of the schemes of the government of Maharashtra, wherein we have a mentor-mentee scheme. There is every district, we have to identify an institution which is doing well and is accredited, and that will cater to and mentor to 10 other institutions and promote them, and the government pays for that. Designing rewards, incentives,
waiving of subsidizing accreditation fees, waiving or subsidizing accreditation fees, then reflection of self-employment and the placement data. This is very important if somebody can ask me question afterwards on this, because I have to finish my presentation. This I did for my architecture college also, where previously I was working, because self-employment probably was not getting reflected into the data of placement. Institutions' freedom to determine the benchmark, which is there in binary now, considering intangible outcomes of the education, not only job. Education is not for only industry connect. Defining the definition, redefining the definition of what is industry and allowing us to have those, putting our institutions there, considering consideration of contextual realities of quality parameters, rural and urban, and articulation of state benchmarks with the national objectives. National objectives understood, and then accordingly if we define our things. This is my last slide, and I'm happy that schemes of government of Maharashtra recently free education for all women who are economically weak has been declared. There is a scheme of School Connect to propagate what is national education policy, and we have to go to all rural institutions. College Connect and Parisparsha, that is hand-holding of the colleges, which I have already mentioned. There are many more things which can be discussed, but during our question-answer sessions. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ujjwala. In fact, उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए हम बार-बार बात करते हैं अंत्योदय की, तो इस डाइवर्सिटी, डिफरेंट एरियाज, रिमोट रीजन, उनकी चैलेंजेस के बारे में बताया कि उनको कैसे एड्रेस किया जाए, और बाइनरी एक्रेडिटेशन में एक इम्पॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर रखा गया है जिसके नाम है सिचुएटेडनेस. डिपेंडिंग ऑन व्हाट सिचुएशन यू आर इन, देयर आर मार्क्स विच आर गिवन फॉर सच काइंड ऑफ institutions. I am sure we are taking care of that. With this, we come to the end of panel discussion. I wanted to ask some questions to them and then throw open to the audience, but I think I'm not doing that because time is already running out. So if there is anyone who wants to ask, okay.
I'm Professor Prabhat Ranjan, right now Vice Chancellor of D.Y. Patil International University in Pune. I've had the fortune of studying in Gurukul School, IIT, Berkeley, and so on. I've seen a variety of systems. One of the points, I had many questions, I'll just focus on one point. Professor Rajendra Kumar showed the data. Many of the US universities have very poor marks for faculty-student ratio as compared to University of Science. Now, when I went to Berkeley, I had 1,000 students in one class. One faculty were teaching and 20, 25 of us were teaching assistants. Obviously, in the Indian system, it will not get good marks. But this is a concept of team teaching. Why we should not consider this aspect in Indian education system, which is very, very important. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll answer two different things. See, if you look into the data, what has happened 2020-21, I'm making some political incorrect estimate, but let me make that. It's being recorded anyway. See, some 2-3 years back, because of the ranking in QS ranking, there was 20% weightage to student-faculty ratio, 20% weightage to citations per faculty. So at that time, people were very careful in not reporting large number of faculty, because if they report large number of faculty to improve their student-faculty ratio, because of that, the citations per faculty used to go down. But now, I don't know why they have changed it. They have given 10% weightage to student-faculty ratio, and 20% weightage to citations per faculty. So, but obvious is that now faculty's numbers of all these institutes have come down significantly. I don't want to comment on that, but it has come down so that this number can go up. So this is one of the reasons why in recent past you see even Purdue has been gradually reducing the faculty count, which I'm sure in data will not be like that. So, but they are doing it because it looks better in this particular number. But no, that is one aspect. But the second aspect which you are talking about, I have also studied abroad in North America. So I'll tell you, there it is very regular to teach 300, 400, 500 students. Actually, 40,000, 50,000 is the minimum number of a student they teach. Unlike us where we have 5,000, 6,000 undergraduate students. I'm talking about 40, 50,000 of undergraduate students.
So their classes are 600, 700 regularly. There will be 10 to 12 TAs. I have done multiple TAs duties. But most of these are basically, I don't know, they don't bother about these students. Many of these. So I'll tell you, I have done TAC, people sitting at the back will be playing games, and I'm not supposed to tell them that why you are playing game, why you're not listening to the teacher. This is a reality in most of the US universities, where students, they are taken just because they earn money because of that. So I don't know whether that could be replicated here in India or not, because here we give a lot more importance to teaching. And most of our Indian institutes, IISc or IIT, we take a lot of pride in making a class a smaller size so that we basically connect to a student one-to-one. Now, whether that is right or wrong, I'll not comment on that, but this is the difference between these two kind of institutes which I've seen.
Anyone else?
Thank you very much. Yeah, we are, progressing very well in the NIRF. I have been, working for it since its substance from 2015 or 16. But I just learned from the QS or even from the Times Higher Education that the ranking is not just that 1 year you get it. It should be the consistently growing on. So we can, in NRF, we can maybe think of that. We can take the record of last 3 years, right? Maybe we can do that. Something we can do in that direction. 3 years, yeah. Yeah, but I have seen somewhere some universities having publication in 1 year 100, and second we are talking they have next year they have 1,000 publication, and all coming through the collaborations. So that we should check, sir.
There are some challenges which we are anyway trying to address in the near future. Yeah. Anyone else? नहीं है तो फिर मैं पूछ लूंगा इनको. कोई नहीं पूछ रहे तो इनको मैं पूछूंगा. किसको?
Thank you, sir. You mentioned about the qualitative and quantitative parameters, and in the qualitative parameters, which maybe subjective parameter, that was perception, and you mentioned about the MCDM techniques. That prompted me to ask you whether is it possible to have FMCDS technique applicable to the perception? Can we apply that?
I want that perception should be made more granular and let there be many stages into that. And then in that stage, someone should be data driven, someone should be the opinion driven. So then what happens, the weightage of people just only submitting their things can be minimized. So therefore, it should be divided into 4 stages or 5 stages, and then the impact of only simply taking, knowing you or not knowing you will be minimized actually, sir. So first thing to be done like this. And second thing, we can build up hierarchy, sir. Like say, you know very well in the ASP and all the models, no? We have different layers, and that layers interact with each other also. So similarly, in this case also, in perception mapping, we can do this kind of exercise.
Thank you very much.
One of our panelists talked about regional journal, I think. So basically, the country like Japan, China, and other countries, they did teaching in their own language. Even they publish in the international standard journals like IEEE and all. So having a regional journal is rational. See, once you can do one thing, publish in a standard, international standards, then translate into regional language and circulate among them. Okay. Otherwise, who will cite your regional? I mean, it would be a kind of a frog in a coop, something like that.
Should I answer?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm not talking about copying or translating the international standard journals. I'm talking about having the standards at the regional level, which will be accepted at the international level. We at our rural areas at some point do have a work which is a real hardcore work which is of that standard, which probably will not be possible for those who are working on that project to write in English. So why can't they write in their own languages, but someone else with the authority of language will translate it into English for other people to know that such a good work is going on. And that is what I mean by regional languages. And I strongly propagate this, that we should have very good standard regional research journals available, and we should look into it very seriously if we want to implement national education policy to its core spirit.
Good evening. Actually, we know that in NIRF, most of the people saying that the data are not physically verified. So my question is that whether the NIRF data are physically verified or not. If not, then why we are giving so much importance to NIRF ranking?
In fact, in NIRF ranking, one of the most important thing is about research publications. From Scopus as well as Web of Science, we get authentic record and everything is verified. Also in terms of, sometimes you say that we have done so many consultancy projects or we have received so much funding. We ask a lot of searching, probing questions to identify whether the data is correct or not. It is not that we will be able to physically go visit and investigate 6,000 odd institutions whose data is available. But wherever we find there are likely outliers and very clearly visible, very, precaution is taken to see that the data is accurate. That's what we do, and therefore NIRF has its importance.
In fact, I would like to add, there is one more, kind of a safeguard mechanism. I don't know whether many of you know, NIRF data is also now used by income tax department. So if you inflate your research consultancy funding and show high, they'll ask you, why did you not pay GST and all of that? So there are people watching.
Secondly, all the data is required to be transparently posted on the website, and any other competing institution can see it, and if there is a challenge, we will investigate it further. And some of them are debarred also from getting into a ranking system. So I think there are checks and balances which are in place. Okay. So we will close the session. I wanted to ask some questions, but I think we have crossed the limit. People have been there since morning, so I thank panelists as well as...
Just a minute. So NIRF is the only ranking mechanism where the data is put transparently, not in any of those QS or THE. So for all of you, you can contest. It's the only ranking mechanism where we can contest.
Okay. That's what I said. Contesting is possible. That's all transparently available on the website. Okay. Thank you very much for both audience as well as the panelists. And it has been a wonderful time with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all the speakers for their informative presentations and providing lots of food for thought. It was indeed an insightful session. And special thanks to Secretary HE for gracing the session with his presence. Thank you, sir.